Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Tuesday, May 13th, 2025 Board of Supervisors meeting. We will get started here as customary with a moment of silence, and I do have one. We have the passing of Mr. Byron Green of Upper Lake, a career Air Force veteran, also a very ardent community volunteer. I remember him from the North Shore Business Association and so many other Avenue of Flags, anything that had to do with veterans, he was there. And he was just, I remember going to the North Shore Business Associations and he'd collect the tickets, and him and his wife were very instrumental in making sure those events took place. And the Wild West Days was a big deal to him and whatnot. So he's going to be greatly missed. Upper Lake sure is going to miss Mr. Byron Green. So just wanted to offer that moment of silence. And plus, we also have just the Bloody Island forgiveness ceremony will be happening this year, this week, at the end of the week, May 16th in the evening, and then 5 a.m. will be the sunrise ceremony, and it's in honor of the 174 years since the Bloody Island massacre. Does anyone else have a moment of silence? All right. Captain Chwalski, will you lead us in the pledge, please?
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right. Any extra items that we need to add to the agenda? No? All right. We'll move on to our consent agenda item. Item 5, let's see here, let me get to it, I don't know what, all right, blue agenda. Consent agenda items are commonly non-controversial, but anyone can pull a consent agenda item from the board or from the public, and we can discuss it at a later time frame. So anyone from the board, I know we have 5.12 we're pulling, and I don't know if anyone else has any. All right, anyone from the public, if they would like to pull anything from the consent agenda item? Anyone on Zoom? All right, with that, we'll bring it back to the board for action.
Mr. Chair, I move to approve the consent agenda as presented with the exception of 5.12.
I second.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes 5-0. Next is our timed items, and we will go to our first item, which is public input, 6.1. And with public input, you can come to the front of the podium and fill out a paper if you haven't already. And you have 3 minutes to talk about something that's not on the agenda that isn't covered. Just know that there's not going to be a response per se, but there will be either guidance or we will connect you with the supervisor. So we'll start out with that. If there's anyone here that would like to speak for the public, in front of the public, we have one. Okay, come forward and. Right, yeah.
So back again for the castle, trying to get some help with special districts. In the intervening weeks since last week, I have a property in Clear Lake Oaks, and I bought it in 2011, 14 years ago. It was an empty parcel. In fact, it had had a building on it before. I don't know the whole history. My guess is probably like 20 years ago, it either burned down or something. But it has connections for water and sewer. And so I went to them to say, how much would this cost because I'm considering building there. And they came up with the fees for sewer is about $400. All right. Special districts wants me to pay $400,000. Okay, that's 100,000 times as much. That's 10 million% more than what Clear Lake Oaks is doing. Something's wrong. I don't understand what the difference is, and I'm trying to get some help. I mean, it makes a big difference, and I'm not getting any help. So I'm hoping I can get some help with this, because Special Districts is not telling me why they're charging 10 million % more than Clear Lake Oaks County Water District. So that's it.
Thank you.
Do I just leave this here?
Yes, yeah. Anyone else from the public? All right. None on Zoom? All right. Bring it back to the board for action, or not for action, I'm sorry, for the next item, 6.2, Pet of the Week.
Right on
Just
time.
right on time. We're right on time for Pet of the Week. We're ready.
Hello, everybody. Today we have with us Officer Wincess. He's one of our new officers. And we also have Marjorie. She also goes by Baby Mama. So she actually came into our shelter with herself and her 2 kids, her 2 puppies, which are all spayed and neutered and ready to go home. Thank you. So we actually have an adoption event going on June 7th for the public, if you guys don't already know. It's a free adoption day. Marjorie right here, she's very friendly, gets along with people, animals, very friendly girl. So if anybody knows anybody interested in some animals, some very nice dogs, come down to our shelter at 4949 Hellbush in Lakeport. And if you guys have any questions, feel free to give us a call at 707-263-0279. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
This is Marjorie. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. We'll move on to our 6.3, presentation of proclamation designating the month of May 2025 as Military Appreciation Month in Lake County. I'll come forward and read this proclamation. If you're here on behalf of this proclamation, please come up and join me. All right. It's always an honor for me to do a proclamation about the military or for veterans. As being a veteran, it's a great honor, and I always would like to just thank you, Jenny, for reminding us and keep us on task for having these done, and helping us craft them. They sound better than just a template or whatever the case may be. So I'll go ahead and read this proclamation. Designating May 2025 as Military Appreciation Month in Lake County, whereas the freedom and security that citizens of the United States enjoy today are the direct results of the sacrifice and continued vigilance by the United States Armed Forces over the history of our great nation. And whereas members of the United States Armed Forces and the family members who support them have preserved the liberties that enrich this nation, making it unique in the world community. And whereas in 2004, the United States Congress passed a resolution proclaiming May as National Military Appreciation Month, calling all Americans to remember those who have given their lives in defense of freedom and to honor the men and women of our armed services who have served and continue to serve our country. And whereas the months of May and June were selected for this display of patriotism because during these months we celebrate Victory in Europe Day, Military Spouse Day, Loyalty Day, Armed Forces Day and Week, National Day of Prayer, Memorial Day, Navy Day, Army Day, and Flag Day. And whereas the months of May and June are an opportunity to acknowledge and salute the families of those called away to duty. And whereas Lake County is the place many veterans, close to 1 out of every 12 residents, proudly call home. And whereas the Lake County Board of Supervisors recognizes the courage and sacrifice of all veterans and active duty military personnel in our communities and throughout our nation. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed that the Lake County Board of Supervisors does hereby designate the month of May 2025 as Military Appreciation Month in Lake County and calls upon all residents to show their gratitude and appreciation for our military personnel by the appropriate display of flags and ribbons. passed and adopted this 13th day of May 2025. Signed, Chair of the Board of Supervisors, myself.
Well, first, thank you to the board for always answering the call when I request this every May. We will put copies of this in every Operation Tango Mike care package this month, and it's more than a piece of paper. It lets our troops know that they're not forgotten and that they are supported and that our community cares. And as an example, Marine Corps, I believe, Air Force veteran, Army veteran, and some of the Tango Mike volunteers here today, just to give you a little cross-section, military mom whose son just returned home from deployment, veteran spouse, and a veteran widow. So, in our community, a lot of people involved in the military, and thank God they keep us free. So, God bless America.
Thank you.
Anyone from the board would like to say anything?
I just want to also point out our wall of honor where we have the case in the lobby where everyone that's actively serving, we can display their photos there. It makes a big difference. It's really hard on families when your loved one's gone. I remember missing my brother so much when he was in the service. And having that opportunity to walk by and have that sense of pride, having the picture up there, it means a lot to a lot of families.
I would like to say thank you to each and every one of you, whether you've served yourself or you've had family that served. My father, my son have both served as well, and it's hard on the families when they're over there, and it's hard on those that are overseas while we're at home, but you're so much appreciated, and we wouldn't have this great country without you. So I want to say thank you.
I don't always agree with some of the decisions made at the higher levels, but I have absolute respect for those who volunteer to protect this country and to serve for something greater than themselves. I think that's something we can all learn from those that have served, that it's not about you and me, it's about us, it's about this country. So thank you very much.
I just want to thank all of our veterans in the county and all of those that are currently serving to protect our freedom, as well as the organizations like Tango Mike that are constantly supporting those that are serving. So thank you.
All right, anyone from the public would like to come up? All right, well, looks like we're going to take a picture.
I'll leave a crack open.
All right, next we'll be doing our 6.4, presentation of proclamation designating May 2025 as Mental Health Awareness Month in Lake County, and Supervisor Pyska will be reading this proclamation.
Are you coming up? Come on up. Okay. We have people to take pictures. Board of Supervisors, County of Lake, State of California, proclamation designating May 2025 as Maternal Mental Health Awareness Month. Whereas pregnancy, childbirth, and the postpartum period are profound life transitions that can affect every aspect of a person's life, including their mental health.
Maternal mental health struggles are the most common complication of pregnancy and childbirth, and yet they often go unrecognized and untreated due to stigma, lack of screening, and barriers to care. Whereas 1 in 5 women and 1 in 10 men will experience a perinatal mood or anxiety disorder such as postpartum depression, anxiety, obsessive compulsive disorder, or post-traumatic stress disorder, making these conditions the most common complications of pregnancy. And whereas untreated maternal mental health conditions can have long-term negative impacts on the birthing person, the infant, and the entire family, including disruptions to bonding, development, and family stability. And whereas stigma and cultural silence around mental health during pregnancy and postpartum prevent many individuals from seeking help, sometimes suffering in silence for months or years. And whereas struggles with mental health can affect any parent, regardless of age, race, or income level, and whereas systemic disparities between Black, Indigenous, and other communities of color experience higher rates of maternal mental health conditions and face great barriers to care, including discrimination, lack of access, and underdiagnosis. And whereas pregnancy and postpartum mood and anxiety disorders are highly treatable through early screening, timely intervention, and access to culturally responsive and trauma-informed mental health care, which can lead to full recovery and improve outcomes. And whereas Lake County Behavioral Health Services supports maternal mental health through investments in programs like Motherwise, a community-based initiative that offers free in-person and virtual support groups, mental health screening, peer support, and a welcoming drop-in center where mothers can find connection, encouragement, and care without judgment. And whereas programs like Motherwise help reduce isolation, increase awareness of available resources, and create a sense of community for new and expecting parents navigating the mental health challenges of pregnancy and postpartum. And whereas all birthing people deserve to be heard, believed, and supported in their mental health journeys in a community that centers wellness for new and expecting parents, builds a strong foundation for future generations. Now therefore be it resolved that the Lake County Board of Supervisors does hereby proclaim May 2025 as Maternal Mental Health Awareness Month in Lake County and calls upon all residents, healthcare providers, and community leaders to join in breaking the stigma, supporting families, and ensuring that maternal mental health is a priority in our collective efforts to build a healthier community, passed and adopted this 13th day of May 2025, signed by our Chair of the Board, Supervisor Crandall. So thank you for bringing this to us once again. It's, having a child is the one thing that turns your life upside down like you just can't imagine. And having the resources to know that you're part of a community, that that there are people that are there to care for you and show up for you when you're just overwhelmed, it means a lot. It's an isolating time too. So if you don't have the resources to reach out to other people, it affects you and your whole family. So this is critically important, and I'm glad that we're investing more resources in this, and I'm glad to see that we have Motherwise showing up regularly for these proclamations. And I just thank you so much for all that you're doing for our community.
Thank you, Supervisor. It's always surreal for me to stand up here and talk about any mental health topic because I am a peer with lived experience. And I'm actually just now that my son is 7 coming to terms with how deep that experience went for me because of stigma, which is insane. But when you're a person in any position of leadership especially, you may be afraid of disclosure because you don't want people to think that people running your government are crazy. And that's just how I felt about it at that time. That said, I want to wish everybody a happy Mother's Day. Mothers, in my opinion, are the backbone of society. Nobody would be here without a person that carried them, who is usually a mother. And I want to thank all of our community organizations and all of the people in this county that are working to support moms. It's the work of angels on earth, truly. And I would also like to encourage the community to pay attention to the Behavioral Health Services Act, which was a reform passed through Proposition 1. Proposition 1 was a voter initiative which involved Senate Bill 326, which turned the Mental Health Services Act into the Behavioral Health Services Act. Overall, great changes were made because it's an integrated plan now. However, what that means is that some counties may lose funding for programs such as Motherwise that were otherwise covered by prevention, education, and intervention dollars. So Lake is still in the process of determining how that change will impact us, but I encourage you to look out for upcoming MHSA/BHSA stakeholder meetings to learn about this and to use your voice to make choices for Lake County that work for Lake County. Thank you.
Anyone else? All right.
I just have to say to the moms. I'm glad you mentioned that it was Mother's Day. It's fitting that it happened right near Mother's Day, so,
Yes.
yeah.
Yeah, thank you to everyone for their hard work in this area. Mental health is a big priority in our county, and I think we have some great partnerships going on with not only our government agencies, but our partnerships with those in the community, so thank you.
All right. Anyone from the public? Does anybody have a public comment? All right, I think it's time for a picture then.
Oh, thank you. Let's see. Yeah, you do? Yeah. Okay, terrific, thank you.
All right. Next, 6.5, presentation of proclamation designating May 15, 2025 as California Peace Officers Memorial Day and May 11 through 17, 2025 as National Police Week in Lake County. And this will be read by Vice Chair Brad Rasmussen. And if you're here on behalf of this, please come up and join Supervisor Vice Chair Rasmussen.
Probation? Well, I'm honored to be able to read this proclamation with my prior service in law enforcement. I want to thank all of our law enforcement agencies, our county agencies, and our other local partner agencies for their service throughout the year, every day. Public safety is among our highest priorities. If we don't keep our community safe, then everything else is not there. So it's really the highest priority that we have. Police Week is, about several things, honoring our fallen officers, supporting their families, also recognizing our current officers, as well as educating the public about the work of law enforcement and the dangers that we face to create better partnerships with the public. And also, I have a family member that was killed in the line of duty in California at a local agency in Siskiyou County, so it means a lot to me as well. With that, I'll read the proclamation designating May 15th, 2025 as California Peace Officers Memorial Day and May 11th through 17th as National Police Week in Lake County. Whereas all of the promises America offers, none is more precious or more elusive than the right to be free from crime and violence. And whereas the dedicated men and women who have chosen law enforcement as a career face extraordinary risk and danger in preserving our freedom and security. And whereas during the week of May 11th through 17th, 2025, National Police Week is observed throughout the nation to recognize the hazardous work, serious responsibilities, and our strong commitment to our nation's peace officers. And whereas in conjunction with that important observance, May 15th will be recognized as California Peace Officers Memorial Day, as well as nationally, in commemoration of those noble officers who have tragically sacrificed their lives in the line of duty. And whereas these special observances provide all Californians with the opportunity to appreciate the heroic men and women who have dedicated their lives to preserving public safety. Now therefore be it proclaimed, the Board of Supervisors of the County of Lake formally designates the week of May 11th through 17th as National Police Week in Lake County, and May 15th as California Peace Officers Memorial Day in Lake County, and encourages all citizens to remember those individuals who gave their lives for our safety and express appreciation to those who continue to dedicate themselves to making California a safer place in which to live. Passed and adopted this 13th day of May, 2025, and signed by our Chair, Supervisor Crandall. Thank you. Anyone want to, Sheriff, you want to make some comments?
Well, I'd like to thank the board for their recognition and continued support of law enforcement and the Sheriff's Office in Lake County. Across the nation this week, a lot of agencies, small and large, and nationally will be holding memorials recognizing, honoring, and remembering the sacrifice of law enforcement officers across the United States. Just to give some perspective, in last year in 2024, 165 officers lost their lives in the United States serving their communities. In California, there was 4 officers that lost their lives last year, and this year alone, in the last 5 months, California has lost 3 officers serving their communities. So it's a time for us to come together, remember and honor those that have sacrificed for their communities, regardless of the reason they chose this profession. They chose this profession to serve their communities the best they can, and that's what we do every day. And those of us continue to serve, we have to remember that this service doesn't come without sacrifice of some kind. Missed T-ball meetings, the trauma that we see, those kind of things, and we need to remember that and honor that and so on forth, so forth. On the 16th, this Friday, I invite you all. Lake County will be holding our memorial service at Museum Park right here in Lakeport, where we will be remembering the law enforcement officers that sacrificed and paid the ultimate sacrifice to our community here in Lake County, along with those firefighters that also paid the ultimate sacrifice for our community. It's 5:30, Friday the 16th at Museum Park. Thank you. Anybody else?
Well, I think we have to take this opportunity to embarrass somebody. Come here. Captain Chakowski is retiring at the end of this month, and we've been tracking it for several months. I just, you live in my community. I would say several years. Okay. And I just want you to know personally how much I value your service over the years and your presence in the community, and you will be missed. Thank you very much. You're welcome.
And I just want to say real short that I started with Lake County about a year after Captain Chakowski. We were B partners together, SWAT team together. We did a lot of stuff in the county together, and he is finishing up a 30-year career serving Lake County. So congratulations.
Anyone from the board? I do. You know, I appreciate the work that you all do. I know the struggles. I have my town halls, and they have their concerns. But at the same time, you'll have some of the citizens that come forward and are like, "Man, I see them everywhere." So, we know, you are doing what you can, because we understand too that the corrections is one of the most primary duties. On another level, I want to say that I do appreciate the work that you do with the Native communities. It starts back, I know, when I was the tribal chair of Robinson, Sheriff Martin came to my office. This is probably the first time, I think, that a sheriff ever came to a tribal leader's office, per se. You all have continued that forward, Luke. I know that you do that. I hear good things. I know Lieutenant Dutra works with Katie really, a lot. Lieutenant Frace, I remember when we had a death, and as I was there, you worked and allowed for somewhat of a ceremony to take place, and that meant a lot to that family. And so I just want to say that there's a big difference in the amount of years, and I know that some folks may not think so, but I know I see it and others see it, and I just want to say that we appreciate that, and that's what you servants do, you law enforcement servants do, and I just want to say how much we appreciate it.
I'd like to say that you all have my respect and our community's respect. You're the front lines that keep us safe, and you're heroes. You are the heroes. It's not the sports teams on TV. I have a son that served in law enforcement in Texas for many years, K-9 unit, and actually I do have a relative that did pass away in the line of duty that served here with you, and that was Robert Rumfeld. So my cousin. And so as a board, as being on the board, there's nothing that makes me prouder than to support you back the way that you support our public. Thank you.
I feel like I just need to echo some of the same words I said during the military proclamation. Very similar valor in the work that you do here in our community. I know one of my greatest appreciation is watching law enforcement riding around in my community. I know that things are good when you guys are riding around. So some people will check their speed, will get a little nervous. How about you slow down and just give them a wave, recognize they're there, because they're there to support you and your community, and appreciate all that you guys do out there. That there's been too many stories that I've experienced of very close calls. It is unfortunate, but there is danger within the law enforcement career. Glad that that doesn't happen often, but the courage that it takes to get up every day and do this, I don't think is understood, unlike you guys. So thank you.
All right. Anyone from the public would like to come up and say something? All right, I think we need to take a picture. Sam, when you're ready.
Let me go back there.
There you go.
Now it's up there. There you go. Now.
Okay. We're back in a minute. Okay. Now. Okay, terrific. Thank you so much.
Well, I'll be around.
Button.
The back of the pin.
Oh, maybe, yeah.
Where's the other part that
No.
sticks?
We're going to take a quick 5-minute break. I know we have a 9:30, but we're going to go ahead and take a break real quick. So we'll come back at 9:40.
Okay.
All right, welcome back from our break. We're going to move on to our 6.6 Our consideration of a health and human services focused federal legislative update. And Matthew and Rachel are here with us, and I'll let you go ahead and present.
Good morning, Supervisors. Matthew Rothstein, Chief Deputy County Administrative Officer. As your board is aware, Paragon Government Relations has served as the county's federal advocacy firm since January of 2025. In addition to work with the County of Lake, Paragon partners with the California State Association of Counties and California Welfare Directors Association, for example. Their work in Washington, D.C. is a great support. Members of your board have expressed considerable concerns surrounding staffing reductions and proposed further cuts to health and human services and safety net programs. Rachel Mackey of Paragon is here via Zoom to present a health and human services focused federal legislative update, and our esteemed social services director Rachel Dillman Parsons is likewise here to provide local context at your board's request. And no specific action is requested of your board in connection to this item, but you may consider providing direction to staff as appropriate. And now I'm pleased to turn the presentation over to Rachel Mackey of Paragon.
Thank you so much, Matthew, and thank you to the Board of Supervisors for having me today. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yes.
Wonderful. Well, there is a ton going on in Washington. This update could not be more timely. In about an hour and 15 minutes, two major committees in the U.S. House of Representatives will start marking up their portions of the reconciliation package, which is the main focus of these safety net discussions that we've been having of late. And then this evening, another committee will mark up its portion. So a lot will be happening today in real time. This update might not be accurate in 8 hours, just based on what type of action Congress takes. But it's definitely an opportune moment to just kind of share more about what's happening. So to zoom out a little bit, I think that, we've been sharing with you in our weekly updates that the House lawmakers, Senate lawmakers of the Republican Party, along with the Trump administration, have one kind of keystone legislative priority this year, and that is a massive legislative package that will extend expiring tax cuts, many of which were passed in 2017 and are set to close out at the end of the year, as well as invest in the border, invest in defense spending, and perhaps overhaul some of the energy-related priorities that were negotiated and went into effect during the Biden administration. Taken together, the cost of this massive tax extenders package is upwards of $4.5 trillion. There are also new priorities that President Trump has expressed to be included in the package, such as no tax on tips or overtime, and those cost money as well. Given sort of the cost of these priorities, it has been widely understood and negotiated in these past few months that to pay for part of the package, there will be deep cuts to safety net programs on the mandatory side of the ledger in order to offset those costs. And the legislative vehicle that they are using for this process is a very wonky procedure called budget reconciliation. It's kind of confusing because the word budget isn't involved, but it really has nothing to do with the regular government funding and appropriations process, which mostly deals with discretionary money. And so that can be a little confusing because really budget reconciliation is just a way for the Senate, so long as it adheres to certain fiscal and parliamentary procedures, to fast track legislation, bypass the filibuster, which requires 60 votes, and pass a bill with 51 votes, a simple majority. That's why reconciliation tends to be an inherently partisan process. It is used somewhat frequently. This is the mechanism by which the Affordable Care Act was passed into law, the 2017 Trump tax cut bill, which is kind of at play today, the Inflation Reduction Act. These are all measures that have been passed using budget reconciliation. There are specific requirements that allow the Senate to unlock this privileged procedure that have to do with the deficit and how the policy is put together. I won't dig into those, but I will clarify that because of those rules, reconciliation packages tend to have a 10-year budget window in which the committees of jurisdiction are tasked with either finding savings of a certain amount or increasing the deficit by a certain amount. And generally speaking, mandatory money is what's at play. We're not talking about discretionary programs like Head Start or your public health programs or even some of your rural development programs. Those are all discretionary. They're determined by the annual appropriations process in Congress. Instead, we're talking about sort of your big tax items, or when it comes to safety net programs like Medicaid, SNAP, and the like. Social Security is also not allowed to be altered during reconciliation. That's one of the rules. And we've gotten pretty strong commitments from the GOP that they will not be making massive changes to Medicare in this process. So as a result, we've been waiting kind of with bated breath to see how they would approach cuts to SNAP or CalFresh and Medicaid or Medi-Cal, as those are kind of the two biggest sources of savings that lawmakers have had to work with in order to pay for some of their priorities in this tax package. So I could probably spend 2 hours taking you through where the proposals stand right now. I will not do that, but I do want to just flag some of the big ticket items that we have just finally gained insight into as they released text yesterday, mere hours before the markups that are scheduled to take place in the House today. Once I talk through those, I'm just going to talk quickly through like process and timing and next steps. So as I mentioned, we've really been worried most about what this proposal could mean for Medicaid and for SNAP, both of which are obviously significant programs for California, serving many, many residents. And of course, they are, administered, at least for CalFresh, at the county level, and benefits and eligibility are determined as well through your county health and human service offices. And of course, just from a budgetary perspective, Medi-Cal is huge, SNAP is quite large. What we have seen now from the Energy and Commerce Committee, which oversees Medicaid in the House, is a proposal, a text that was released yesterday that would cut Medicaid over 10 years by roughly $700 billion. These cuts come from a whole slew of policy provisions that are kind of complicated. There has been a lot of discussion about, will they lower the matching rate for Medicaid expansion? Will they institute something called per capita caps, which sort of cap spending for certain populations? Will they reduce the provider tax that you all are able to use at the state level to finance the program? They actually kind of steered clear of some of those controversial changes, which makes, I think, the messaging a little more complicated in terms of figuring out where the bulk of these cuts are going to come from and how they'll play out. But for California, there's definitely reason to be concerned. When it comes to provider taxes, which are a huge mechanism for states to finance Medicaid, the proposal would freeze existing provider taxes and not allow states to update them in the future. So your managed care organization tax would be sort of frozen where it is. There would also be some other tweaks that you might have to make on the provider tax front as a state in order to sort of like stay in good standing with that financing mechanism. There would also be a 10-point reduction in the FMAP, which is that federal matching rate for the expansion population in California, because you provide healthcare coverage through Medicaid just using state dollars to citizens and non-citizens alike, so to individuals regardless of their immigration status. So in this proposal, any state that does that, even if you are providing coverage to children, will lose federal funding for your Medicaid expansion population. And that proposal will impact about 14 states. So it's not just California being targeted, but of course that is going to leave, a hole in the budget. Another major change is the imposition of mandatory work requirements for Medicaid. This was pretty much expected to be an inevitable part of the package. Be an 80-hour-a-month requirement for work, a work program, or school. It would impact individuals aged 19 to, I believe, 54. Exemptions would be available for pregnant women, for adults with children, elderly, disabled, medically frail, which they get into a little bit definitionally in the legislative text, but would also be, I think, quite up to the secretary's discretion. And I think, from previous examples of what we've seen around proving a disability exemption to a work requirement in a program like SNAP can be pretty hard to litigate. So the work requirements would definitely be significant and be really onerous for the counties who are determining eligibility. The legislation would also force eligibility redeterminations to go from yearly to every 6 months. So again, that's more administrative burden for the states and the counties. So those are some of the changes that would get to this provision. There's some others in there. Another piece of the puzzle here is some regulations that they would delay that would make it, the regulations would have made it easier to kind of enroll in Medicaid and CHIP. They want to sort of delay or entirely block the implementation of those streamlining effects. They would also codify a proposed regulation that is going to make it a little harder for folks to access the Affordable Care Act. And along with not addressing expiring premium tax credits under the Affordable Care Act, the CBO, the nonpartisan scorekeeper of Congress, has estimated that this proposal, kind of taking the ACA and Medicaid pieces together, would lead to 13.7 million people losing health coverage over 10 years. So we don't have state by state breakdowns of that yet. I'm sure that they will come, but that's sort of where the Medicaid provisions stand. Other savings from this title would come from a huge reversal of a lot of the energy provisions that were codified under the Inflation Reduction Act. There's also a lot in the Ways and Means text around energy tax credits and clean energy that would be reversed. So there's a lot of savings there. I don't follow that issue as closely, so my colleagues might be available to talk more about the energy related provisions and all of this. I will just say that Medicaid has been a huge sticking point for more vulnerable members of Congress on the Republican side of the aisle who have, expressed their concern that really deep cuts to Medicaid could jeopardize their constituents' access to health care and their ability to be reelected. Centrists seem okay with this proposal as it has come out, but as a result, some hardliners who I think wanted to see deeper cuts to Medicaid have expressed discontent. They don't like that it doesn't kind of go far enough. So the dynamics are still very fluid, and the proposal could be altered significantly today in committee through markups and other changes. So that's just something to keep in mind, that this is the most concrete we've seen out of Congress on this proposal, but it also could change. I will also add that the Senate has kind of had a mixed reaction to this package, and we could see further changes in that chamber. Another area of concern is the changes to SNAP or CalFresh. The House Agriculture Committee released its text late last night, and It actually goes further than initially expected. It would seek $300 billion in cuts to SNAP over 10 years. And this proposal would be really bad for California in particular, really for states in general, because the way that it achieves the cuts is by shifting the share of SNAP benefit payments somewhat to states. Right now, the federal government's responsible for 100% of SNAP benefits, and states and counties in California share the administrative cost of the program at a 50% match, some from the state, some from the counties. This proposal would take into account error rates, and it would penalize states with error rates higher than 10% by forcing them to pay 25% of the cost of SNAP benefits. All states would be required to pay at least 5%, and then there's a tier based on error rates that would go from 5 to 15 to 20 to 25%. California has a around 13% error rate, and that is overpayments or underpayments in SNAP. The national average is 11.6, so not actually that bad above average, but regardless would be dealing with some of the highest cost share that would be implemented through this proposal. At the same time, all states would be forced to pay 75% of the cost of administering SNAP, so that figure would bump up from 50, and states would lose any margin for their error rates. So right now, if an error is below $57, you don't get dinged for it as a state. That would change. Any overpayment or underpayment of even 50 cents would be considered as part of the state's error rate. So you can imagine a sort of like cascading impact where you have less money to administer the program, your error rate threshold has risen, you have a 25% cost share for the benefits of the programs, and additional administrative burden for recipients. This proposal would subject parents of children older than age 7 to the SNAP time limit work requirement scheme. It would expand those who are subject to work requirements by a decade of age. Some other streamlining that would no longer be available to states. So it's a pretty extreme proposal, and I think it remains to be seen if they can get it across the finish line. In terms of good news, we had been worried that the Temporary Assistance for Needy Family program might be targeted for savings in this proposal, but it's actually not included right now in the Ways and Means title. So that is one less budget hole that the state might be looking at. But taken together, there's definitely some really consequential costs that would be shifted to states here from an HHS perspective. So in terms of next steps, they have to get through these different committee markups this week. Then the package has to go to the Rules Committee where it could receive further changes. And then it has to go to the House floor where we could see amendment votes and where Speaker Johnson can only afford to lose 3 votes before the package fails. So we're talking about a very thin margin in the House and a lot of members who are still unhappy or don't feel like their priorities have been met, particularly around the state and local tax deduction. There's a lot of blue state Republicans who are unhappy with where those talks have gone. Again, there are some hardliners who want to see deeper cuts. There's some moderates who are worried about the severity of the existing cuts. So there's no guarantees that this package is going to sail through the House, but it's certainly possible and something to be watching. If and when they pass the package in the House, it has to go to the Senate, and it could really be altered there because, again, they have a lot more parliamentary rules that they're dealing with. They also have different electoral dynamics in their chamber. So it's also, not a sure thing that whatever passes the House will pass the Senate, and that whatever alterations the Senate makes would then pass the House. So all that to say, it's not time to jump off the ledge yet. It is definitely concerning sort of where this proposal might leave California from a budgetary perspective, but there's a long way to go before a final package is enacted into law. So that's sort of where we stand with reconciliation. Quickly, I do want to just touch on some of what's happening at the agency level, because even as these major safety net changes are being proposed and discussed in Congress, we know that the federal government has already taken steps to really overhaul the federal workforce, particularly the Department of Health and Human Services. We know that those staffing changes are already impacting the technical assistance and availability of funding here on the ground. Those actions are kind of separate from what Congress is doing right now on reconciliation, but they, really do represent, I think, sort of the more real-time issue that you are all dealing with in terms of your federal partners suddenly being really understaffed, and a lot of grants being subject to additional reporting requirements, nonprofit partners on the ground losing technical assistance for their grants, et cetera. I think you all are probably well aware by this point that the reorganization at HHS is looking at a 20,000 FTE reduction in the agency across its many divisions. That includes the consolidation of key health and human services branches like the Administration for Children and Families and the Administration for Community Living. It would take the Health Resources and Services Administration, which oversees a lot of maternal health programming and community health centers, and dismantle that and consolidate those programs. And there's a lot in terms of local health departments going on with the CDC and others. So that reorganization is ongoing, although there has been litigation to challenge the constitutionality of those moves, particularly because a lot of them have prevented statutorily required functions of the agency from being fulfilled. So we're watching that litigation play out. There's also, as you all know, litigation playing out on COVID-19 public health and behavioral health funding that was frozen. There's other litigation playing out on the agency reductions in force in general. There's honestly too many lawsuits to really keep track of. But a lot of this is just kind of creating a soup of uncertainty that we are trying our best to distill. The president's budget proposal, which is a sort of streamlined document outlining his vision and the administration's vision for discretionary programs for the next fiscal year, came out recently, and its proposals for HHS definitely match some of the reorganization that we've seen. So normally with the president's budget, we encourage our clients to take it with a grain of salt, because regardless of who is in office, the president proposes and Congress disposes. It is up to Congress to decide how seriously to take the president's budget request. It's up to Congress to do appropriations and fund the government. But I would say that this is somewhat of a unique moment in time where the federal government definitely is sort of just barreling ahead in some instances with some of the proposals that they want to see happen, and sort of then letting it play out in court as opposed to working with Congress to pass legislation. So I do think it's important to think about the president's budget proposal as an indicator of where this administration wants to go. And some notable components of that include the proposal to eliminate the Low-Income Home Energy Assistance Program, or LIHEAP, which provides energy assistance to low-income households. I do want to caution that, again, that is just a proposal, and the most recent allotment of LIHEAP funding did go out the door as anticipated and as planned for FY25. So, even though there have been staffing changes at LIHEAP and a lot of folks have been fired, that money is still going out, but there's a clear desire from the administration to see that program go away. There's also obviously been some impacts to Head Start from the reorganization and the loss of staff and failure to renew awards. But as far as we know, Head Start was not addressed in the skinny budget proposal. One thing that was addressed, and I know is of concern for all of you, is the commodity supplemental food program. The proposal would get rid of that program and replace it with Make America Healthy Again food boxes, which I think is sort of a follow-on to the Farm to Food Box program that was done during COVID in cooperation between Congress and the administration. The complicating factor there, I think, is that the CSFP program is, a direct relationship with food banks, and it's a lot of non-perishables. And when you're talking about like a fresh food box, that can be a much more expensive proposition. And I also think that's something Congress would have to authorize. But I know that following the loss of some funding already for food banks and local farm to school programming, that is still a disconcerting proposal. But again, Congress would have to really eliminate CFFP for that proposal to come to effect. So with all of these things, we really won't know how seriously Congress takes this proposal until they get around to funding the government. And even though that is supposed to happen by September 30th, I will remind you that our most recent government appropriations bill did not go into effect until March of this year, and it was a continuing resolution. So I think it's unlikely we're going to see like a full appropriations package by the end of the fiscal year. If anything, I would imagine we'll see another continuing resolution and then perhaps a full appropriations package in December. But they have a lot of other work to do on reconciliation. That's going to take up all the oxygen this summer. So while these proposals are disconcerting and while they might indicate where we might see additional funding freezes or firings at the agency level, in terms of Congress really putting pen to paper, I think that's going to happen much later down the road. I know I just threw a ton at you, so I am happy to take a breath and sip my water and answer any questions you all might have.
Thank you. Any other things to add?
Sure.
Any other- yeah.
I'll throw out a few comments for you. So, in terms of how these proposals, they're not final yet, may impact Lake County, it's important to be aware that about half of Lake County currently receives Medi-Cal benefits, and about a third of Lake County currently receives SNAP, locally known as CalFresh. Anywhere that a county share is mentioned, that is paid out of realignment that my department receives, not out of county general fund. And realignment is potentially also threatened due to, the tariffs creating problems with the funding source for realignment. It is going to be revealed perhaps in the May revise of the governor's budget, but realignment is funded by taxes and vehicle licensing fees. And if the economy is not doing great, people are probably not buying cars. Something else to keep an eye on is the fact that any cuts to Medi-Cal will also result in cuts to IHSS. You have to be eligible to Medi-Cal to receive in-home supportive services. The work requirements I saw actually go all the way up to 64, including expanding the CalFresh work requirement to age 64. Currently, Medi-Cal defines aged as 65 and older, and then CalFresh is 55 and older, and that would be pushing CalFresh up to 64. And as Rachel mentioned, all of these, although would result potentially in less coverage for the public, it is a greater administrative burden for my staff. So hopefully the resources, namely funding, would be coming for that administrative burden, or we may be set up to fail in terms of implementing these new policies. Other things to be aware of, the unit that calculates the federal poverty level, which is a number used to determine eligibility for Medi-Cal, CalFresh, and a bunch of other safety net programs, was completely eliminated under Health and Human Services. They say they're going to reform that unit. There are concerns around that because the federal poverty level is not just tied to eligibility determinations, it's closely tied to foster care. And if it does not increase with the cost of living, more and more foster care
cost will be passed to the state and the county, and it is a very large cost for us over time. The CSFP program through the food banks is a program operated by Redwood Empire Food Bank, and it is specifically for the elderly and disabled population. Other things to be aware of. The Area Agency on Aging funding will be potentially impacted by any social services block grant cuts. And then Section 8 housing would be impacted by any cuts to HUD. Last I saw, there was a proposal for a 43% cut to HUD and potentially a 50% reduction to the social services block grant. But as Rachel said, these are all proposals, and what it finally shakes out to may be different. Other things on radar, Head Start in the leaked skinny budget was proposed to be cut. It was not proposed to be cut in the final budget that came as a proposal from the White House. AmeriCorps has been completely eliminated, and although I don't directly administer AmeriCorps, is important to be aware of because it will impact our partner agencies. And then also on my radar is just the impact of any potential cuts to disaster-related response services like FEMA, and elimination of positions at the Forestry Service who help, manage our forests. I think that's everything on my radar. Rachel did a great summary. She has the real information. So thank you.
And I would just clarify, thankfully, the threat to SSBG, which was mentioned as an important funding source for Adult Protective Services and Older Americans Act affiliated services, that threat was mostly going to be through reconciliation, and that is also not included thus far in the tax package that we've seen. So that's a big win on that front. And then the proposal to eliminate AmeriCorps is in the budget. That proposal was also in place during the prior Trump administration. They have fired, though, a lot of AmeriCorps staff, and I know that that's impacting local programs. A lot of AmeriCorps staff work with food banks or on the ground doing environmental work, and I know a lot of communities are worried about sort of the capacity loss there for those programs. AmeriCorps has definitely also been part of a lawsuit that is challenging the statutory ability of the administration to just kind of fire everybody. So that's all I would add, but great additions from Rachel.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, any questions from the board? Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you for the update. I think there will be some changes, as you stated. There's some who are going to be going home to their districts, and it's going to be very difficult to sell that to their constituents. And I think that we're still going to see some cuts, but we're not going to see exactly as already it's less than $880 billion over the 10 years. It's dropped to the $700 billion, very different dollar range. And I still anticipate the impact will be great, just not as much. It's definitely a discussion that we're keeping track of in the NACO Health Policy Steering Committee. Things are on, things are off, It's just it's hard to keep track of it. I think it's important for us to keep up to date, but I guess I have the same question as last time, and I feel this is vital information to prepare for a worst case scenario in building a plan B or even a plan C. And I know that one of the comments that was made in return last time we spoke about this is it's a plan B or C could look scary to the public, but I think having these conversations or just turning on the TV is also scary for those who rely on these services, not knowing what's going on. And I think that no matter how vague Plan B or Plan C could be, saying that we have prepared something to pivot might help alleviate some of the stress and some of the potential fear that some people are feeling. Because I think this is useful information, but if we're not using it to prepare ourselves in a global way as far as Lake County goes, because it's not just social services, this impacts other health and human service departments. If we can show that we are prepared to pivot, then I think people would be in a better place and a better position to deal with what they're hearing, because it could, if it's not you, it's very different. If it's going to impact you as the individual who are relying on these things, that is a vastly different perspective when you're turning on the TV or trying to make sense of what is happening. Especially one day you read something that sounds like your program might be completely denied and canceled. The next day, all of a sudden it's back. And if you don't follow that, you might last a whole week thinking it's gone. But it's literally an hour-by-hour situation. I know that we did go to Washington, D.C. We were with Paragon, and it just seems like what you know today, do not rely on that being the knowledge of tomorrow. And so it makes it really difficult, but I still think we have a broad, vague idea of what is being planned. And I would love to see what does Plan B look like for Lake County, because there's many millions of dollars on the line, and I think the earlier we have those conversations, and the more the public is aware that we're preparing for those things, then I think the better off we would be.
Yeah, I haven't heard anything really creative from other counties. We're just kind of waiting to see how it shakes out. I don't know that there are a lot of other resources if these cuts actually do occur, other than local nonprofits who are also being impacted. So definitely something we need to think about. Yeah.
Supervisor Pyska.
I mean, there are a lot of conversations about pivoting and being prepared, but the reality is like the local government and the state government can only backfill so much.
Right.
So the reality is that we don't know what's happening, but if we continue on this pathway, we're going to have to make difficult decisions. And we're not going to be able to provide the services that we have for the people that need them, no matter how much we plan ahead. There's just a limited amount of resources, and so people need to be prepared for that.
Vice Chair.
Yeah, I just had a question on, we had talked about that Federal Reserve, Forest Reserve money. Do we have any update on whether or not that's still out, or?
I don't think that's Rachel's area of expertise, and it's just kind of on my radar in terms of be aware for disaster response. I don't know a whole lot about it.
Yeah.
Okay.
The only thing I can answer that is there are so we have about 14 million frozen still. We have 20 million that's been applied for that we don't know if that funding is going to go through or not. We're still waiting. The EQIP program, which has been, it's under USDA and it's been for forest health and for ag landowners. All but one of those grants has been canceled locally, so we have one remaining. And the RCD has been working to figure out some workarounds to look at other programs. But it's this, I mean, this is what we're talking about. There's very little resources to backfill. So we're working as hard as we can to try to keep things moving along as they have been, but it's going to be tough, and we're going to have to reprioritize.
Thank you.
Just add, if you have specifics, please go ahead and share those questions with Matthew, and he can get them to my teammates who really focus on the public lands and the Forest Service. But I think my understanding is that the budget proposal, again, it was a streamlined, skinny budget proposal. They didn't even really have a dollar figure for the Forest Service. So it's kind of hard to know fully what the administration is planning. And of course, as I said, a lot of those decisions won't be made until, I would assume, later this year when it comes to Congress enacting new rounds of funding. So it's all very much in flux, but happy to kick any questions about that, as well as FEMA, as Rachel mentioned. disaster response. I've got great colleagues who are tracking all of that information as well and can answer questions you might have.
Supervisor Sabatier?
And just two more things. One, it was mentioned the HUD changes. It's not necessarily, again, black and white as to what exactly that looks like. We know there's a reduction in staff and workforce. And we've already seen some cancellations, at least from the continuum of care when it comes to some technical assistance. That's another addition of worries. We're not gaining ground on dealing with homelessness, but that's definitely not going to be helpful. And the state of California being in flux as well, that's not going to help. One of the things I'm trying to pay attention to, and I don't know what the dates are for some of the other states, I don't think we're first. But I know the state of California, our waiver 1115 is done at the end of next year. I'm concerned that there may not be a re-signing or an extension of the waiver 1115. And so as soon as we see a first state either getting extended or getting denied, I think that'll let us know which road we might be going down. And so if you can let us know as soon as there's any information, because I think there may be some this year. I know we're next year, but I think there were some states that were before us.
They've been approving 1115 waivers here and there for states, but you're right, especially if you're talking about CalAIM. I mean, I think, and of course, this is really a conversation to have with a state agency, but I think that you have to expect that you are not going to have just like a straight renewal of CalAIM with this Center on Medicaid and Medicare Services. They've made it pretty clear that they're not as interested in social determinants of health when it comes to 1115 waivers, and have even rescinded some guidance on that. And there is actually a proposal as part of the Medicaid package within reconciliation that would require future 1115 waivers to be budget neutral. I don't know how you do that math. Sounds incredibly complicated because you're essentially dealing with a counterfactual, but they want it to be proven that the federal financial participation would be the same regardless of if the waiver is granted. That's, again, assuming that that goes through as part of reconciliation. That's an open question, but I think it points to the fact that this administration and DOP lawmakers are not eager to let states play around as much with the waivers. And so I would be in talks with your state right now, thinking through what a plan B might look like for your 1115 and CalAIM, and what changes might need to be made to kind of make it more palatable to this administration. Because I just, from a political perspective, don't see a renegotiation or renewal just kind of being smooth sailing. That's the pessimist in me. So maybe I'm wrong, but I just think it's important to be kind of clear-eyed about where we are with this program.
Thank you.
And just a housekeeping note, I know Rachel Mackey of Paragon has about 3 minutes remaining until a hard end time on her end, so just wanted to point that out.
All right. If there's anyone from the public that would like to come up and comment on this item on the agenda. All right. Anyone on Zoom? All right. Well, I'll bring it back to the board, and it looks like there's no other questions, so we hit the deadline you were mentioning. And if there's any closing remarks that you have.
Just thank you for continuing to hear this and making sure the public is aware. It's important, and a lot of people are not aware exactly how many of these proposals will impact them personally.
Right, right. No, thank you for giving this report.
And I just want to briefly say thank you to both Rachel Mackey of Paragon and Rachel Dillman Parsons of our Department of Social Services. Again, the updates you provided are very important, and thank you for the work that you're doing on a constant basis to keep up with all the changes. We truly appreciate it.
Right.
Thank you.
My pleasure. Thank you so much for having me. Hope you all have a wonderful rest of your day.
All right. Take care. All right. Next is 6.7, consideration of state legislative update. And Matthew Rothstein will be starting this out.
Okay. Hello again, Supervisors. Matthew Rothstein, Chief Deputy County Administrative Officer. As your board is aware, Nielsen Merksimer has served as the County of Lake's state-level advocacy firm since January of 2024. Their trusted support in Sacramento with your board's legislative priorities has been highly valuable. Each of the bills on which your board took a formal position during the 2024 legislative session, for example, were meaningfully influenced by our firm's actions on behalf of Lake County. Jeff Neal is present in Zoom. You see him there to provide this morning's update and also respond to any questions from your board. Similar to the previous item, there's no action specifically requested of your board in connection to this item. However, you may consider providing direction to staff as appropriate. Now I'll turn the presentation over to Jeff. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Matthew. Good morning, Mr. Chair, members. Pleasure to talk with you all again today. We've really been working with your staff in the county administrator's office to try and make sure we're keeping abreast of what's going on in the Capitol and making sure that we're focusing on the some of the bills that are of greatest interest to the board. Before I get into a couple of the bills, you do have a bill report in your packet. I'm planning to talk about a few of those, but also right now, coming tomorrow, we will have the governor's May budget revision. This will be an important moment for policy for the year. The governor released his January budget proposals a few months ago, and there was not a lot of substantive new proposals in that document. Last year, the state government passed what was essentially a 2-year budget. They didn't really call it that, but they balanced the budget for 2 years, made some cuts in the face of a deficit, and pushed a lot of costs into future years. So this year, revenues so far have actually been moderately strong. They have come in a few $1 billion above the estimates that were estimated in the adopted budget. However, some costs have also increased, particularly in Medi-Cal and in a few other areas as well. And then, of course, all the uncertainty, some of which you were just hearing about from Paragon in Washington, D.C., between a volatile stock market that is the source of a lot of the state's revenue and the uncertainty of funding for important programs from the federal government. We believe that the governor will be estimating a deficit of, in the current year and budget year, of a few $1 billion. And then we add to that the known projected deficits for the next 2 years that are probably in the order of $20 billion or so. This will be a difficult year for funding for the state government. Especially for a governor who is on the tail end of his term. The Senate President Pro Tem, obviously Senator McGuire, is toward the end of his term in the Senate. So we'll see how they're able to manage all the uncertainty, especially if the federal government doesn't pass a lot of their budget issues until later in the fall. If they don't pass them until September, that's usually when the state legislature is going home for the interim. So there's a lot of talk here in Sacramento about whether they will come back for a special session, if there are any necessary budget cuts that become apparent after the federal either budget or continuing resolution or whatever format that takes, if there are cuts to the programs that a lot of Californians rely on and that the legislature is very invested in, all the ones you were just hearing about. So that's what's happening tomorrow. We will, of course, take a look at the May revision when it comes out, summarize a few of the points that we know are of particular importance to Lake County and send those to your staff. But this is also an important time of year for the legislature. All bills, or essentially all bills at this point, have reached past the deadline where they had to pass out of policy committee. That was, depending on what type of bill it was, either last week or the week before. There are a few types of bills that can still be taken up, tax levies, if there are any bills that call for an election. But essentially all the bills had to pass out of policy committee by last week. It means that most of them are now in the appropriations committee. We have a few hearings this week and next week in the Appropriations Committee, and then the Appropriations Committees will announce the results of their votes at the end of next week, either on Thursday or Friday, the 22nd or 23rd. From there, they'll all go to the floor, and then, of course, they'll go to the other house and go through the whole process again. I want to talk about a few of the bills that the county has a position on, as well as a few others that I think are of interest to the county. If there are other bills in the packet that you'd like me to address, or other bills that you've heard about, I'm happy to do it. But just starting at the beginning of the packet in the Administration and Operations section, there's AB 339. This is a bill that would require the county to give 120 days notice before they contract for most types of services, if any of those services are something that any represented employee has ever done. There's no exceptions for emergency situations or anything like that. And really, this is a redo of a bill from last year that the county also opposed. Makes it really difficult for counties to address fast arising situations, takes away a lot of flexibility. 4-month notice is, of course, a long time before you can contract for important services. AB 993 by Assemblymember Hadwick. There's a bill that would, there's an RCRC sponsored bill. There's a bill that would extend the rural Coupa reimbursement program, apply to more counties and increase the cap per county. Of course, important funding for rural counties like Lake, responding to wildfires and hazardous material situations. Has a estimated cost of $1 to $1.5 million a year for the state, but obviously one that's perfect for Lake County to support, and we are doing so. Last one in the administration operations section that I want to address, there are a couple of CalPERS bills. The biggest one, I think, is AB 1383. Back in 2013, then Governor Brown was able to bring the legislature along with him in reforming pensions to bring down costs and reduce unfunded liabilities. And this bill would reverse a couple of the important provisions of that reform, PEPRA, by reducing the retirement age for public safety members, which by that part and a couple of related changes, CalPERS is estimating would cost statewide between $300 and $400 million per year in increased pension costs to pay for those estimated future costs. But the other thing that the legislation would do was for PEPRA members, it would make the normal cost, which is currently split half, the employer pays half and the employee pays half, it would make that bargainable. That was something that we saw before the pension reforms. One agency agrees to pick up part of the employee share, and then other agencies, in order to compete for employees, has to do that until eventually, essentially, all employers are paying all of the employer and the employee cost. And of course, after PEPRA, a lot of employers help make up for that difference by specifically increasing wages to make up for the difference that employees were now having to pay half of that normal cost. So that's one that has the potential to have a fairly large fiscal effect on the county. A couple of Brown Act bills. SB 239 is the bill that's co-sponsored by CSAC, Cal Cities, a couple other statewide associations. There's a bill that would make it easier for advisory bodies at the local level to meet remotely without having to meet some of the particular requirements before doing so, like posting meeting, all of the locations where people will be hearing, if people are in their homes, posting the, joining a meeting from their home, posting the agenda outside their home, and importantly, being required to open their home to any member of the public who wants to attend from that location. This is part of the continuing conversation we've been having with the legislature on the Brown Act over the last few years. The other bill addressing the Brown Act is SB 707. SB 707 would put a number of new requirements on all Brown Act bodies, including some very detailed requirements, some translation requirements for agendas, and the requirement for every Brown Act body of every sort to allow remote public comment, regardless of technological feasibility. And if the method of doing that goes out, the meeting has to end. You can't take any action. There are a number of other requirements in there as well. And there are a lot of concerns about the cost of that. And, you know, as we saw a few years ago when, of course, almost all meetings were being held online. Sometimes when there's a hot button issue, people call in from other states or at times even other countries, do things to specifically disrupt the meetings, be a lot harder to deal with some of those issues under the terms of the bill. But I want to get into some of the fire bills. There are a lot of bills related to wildfires, preparation, response this year. Obviously, the tragedies down in Los Angeles County, affected a number of legislative districts that wildfires don't often affect, in the Pasadena and Hollywood and nearby areas. And so a lot of LA members are carrying wildfire bills this year. But a number of them also carry over from, the situations that most other parts of the state have seen over the last few years. So a few that the county is supporting in this area include AB1 by Assemblymember Connolly that would require the Department of Insurance to include home hardening in the Safer from Wildfire regulations and have efforts at home hardening be reflected in rates, make it easier to keep insurance and have more affordable insurance for people who are doing their part to protect their properties and those around them. Another one is AB 4401 by Assemblymember Hadwick, another one that the county is supporting. This is a bill that would extend a couple of state programs that help identify new ways for technology to address wildfires and provide state funding for home hardening. There's a fair amount of money going into that second program right now. It's had a little bit of a hard time getting off the ground. It's had a little bit of a slow start. So I think this bill is facing a little bit of wariness from some legislators who are, also worried about the budget. But really good programs that we definitely want to see extended, supporting that bill as well. One of the Los Angeles County members, a newly elected member who I think did not expect to be addressing wildfire issues when she ran for office, Senator Perez from the LA area, has SB 547, is a bill that would take the current prohibition on canceling insurance policies within a year of a local fire emergency. Right now, that only applies to residential properties, and this would extend that prohibition on canceling insurance policies to commercial properties as well. And then also SB 616 by Senator Rubio, also about home hardening and extending that program to more communities, helping make sure more homes and communities are fire resistant. One bill that actually did not make it on the list that Matthew pointed out to me a couple of days ago, and I'm not sure how it got left off. We certainly intended to include is AB 470. There's the bill on the carrier of last resort. The bill in this current form would give local telephone providers a lot of latitude in getting rid of their plain old telephone service. This is strongly opposed by many counties, RCRC, CSAC, because of the difficulty that it would cause in if the providers do get rid of the plain old telephone service and responding to emergencies, notifying people in emergencies, and just making sure that there is some reliable method of communication for people in areas, especially rural areas where there aren't a lot of options. Some recent amendments to the bill help a little bit, perhaps, by inserting the CPUC into the process, but really the problems still remain. Maybe just one other bill I'll mention. I had a couple others marked, but I want to be mindful of time. Is SB 346. It would require short-term rental platforms to notify local agencies of properties under their jurisdiction that are listed on their platforms, so that the local agencies can collect any necessary or any imposed taxes like transit occupancy taxes. Also make sure that those properties are following any regulations that the local agency has adopted related to short-term rentals. Is a bill that has had pretty good success so far. I think we're expecting some more vehement opposition from the short-term rental platforms, but so far the bill has been going through policy committee pretty cleanly, and that's an issue that a lot of jurisdictions have had increasing concerns about. So there's a number of other bills obviously listed in your packet, and thousands of other bills introduced in the legislature that you might have some interest in, and happy to talk about any of those or any other issues that are going on at the state level that we can shed some light on.
Matthew, any further comments before we talk to the board?
I don't have anything further to add, but do just want to thank Jeff for that substantive update, and we'll look forward to being in further touch over the course of the session.
We have
Yeah,
any board members?
I have a couple questions.
Go ahead, Supervisor Peiss.
Yeah, thanks for the update, Jeff, and for the reminder on AB 470 for caller. I did testify at a workshop recently on that. I think it would be important for us to get a letter out. And then also SB 460, our tax collector testified last week on that one. Maybe he can talk to us a little bit more about that later on. Can you talk about the conversations around Prop 4 and how that funding is going to be sorted out?
Yeah, absolutely. And I think there are a couple of things to note on Prop 4 funding. One is this is something that a lot of us are really looking forward to seeing how the governor's administration proposes to handle this in the May revision that will be coming out tomorrow. In the January budget, a certain amount of state costs that the governor proposed, sort of backing out, not using the general fund for and using Prop 4 funds instead. Obviously, there are some people that don't like that idea because Prop 4 is passed to do new things, not just save the general fund some funding. It's not new, though. This happened with many of the bonds that have passed over time, one way or another. There's also a concern that because of those wildfires in Los Angeles County, that all or a very large piece of the funding related to wildfires will go just to the response in that region, when obviously there is the whole rest of the state that has been dealing with wildfires for a long time and also has plans for some of those funds. I don't think in the end that all of the money, all the wildfire money will go to Los Angeles. I think while the LA delegation has a lot of clout, they don't have that much. And I think a lot of people understand, even down there, understand the fact that what happens in one part of the state affects the whole state. That said, there are a lot of other parts of Prop 4 as well. Wildfires is not even the largest part of it. Really, the largest part is around drinking water, flood control, issues like that. There are extreme heat dollars in there. I think that all of this funding will be parsed out over the course of years. Bonds are never sold all at once and all the money doled out in the first year or two. But I do think that we'll see a significant amount, between a quarter and maybe even a third of all of each of the pots of funding, I think will be proposed for allocation. And there will be a big fight for those funds. The language of Prop 4 is fairly broad for each pot of funding. Not a lot of specifics. There aren't any or at least very many specific earmarks in it for specific projects or specific jurisdictions. I think these funding amounts will come out with a little more specificity, and then it'll be up to grant-making bodies, whether it's DWR for some of the water-related grants, CAL FIRE, OES for some of the fire-related ones, for each local agency or maybe nonprofits to make their case.
Thanks. Thank you.
All right, thanks. All right, any other Supervisor Sabatier?
Yeah, I appreciate Jeff always being available when we're in Sacramento to help us through some of the more difficult to understand topics. I just wanted to talk real briefly about some of the highlights that are on this document. Some of them we have made official announcements as a Board of Supervisors on supporting or not supporting, but I'm not sure I see some that are highlighted that we've made specific actions or taken specific actions on, such as AB 339. I don't remember that one coming up. Do you need, because I'm in support of that, but do you need us to maybe take action today and at least consensus or motion to approve that the county does oppose that position? Because I'm slightly uncomfortable with saying the county opposes if we haven't actually made a decision on that.
Your board would be very welcome to provide direction today, whatever that direction looks like. The county administrative office did sign onto a coalition letter on that topic because it was so well tied into our priorities.
Okay. Well, I'd like to just make it official from the board as well. I think that would be helpful. The one about the Brown Act, the continuing into 2030, I think is really important. I think we've all been utilizing that, and I think it would really impact us if suddenly that did go away and not be extended till 2030 to continue the teleconferencing rules as were provided to us sometime midway through the COVID pandemic. And then I did want to highlight one that is one that I'm very interested in that has come up on my radar is from Aguiar Curry. It's a farm to fork bill, AB 675, to codify the farm to fork and make it an official state program. And I think that has some good potential for economic development for our agricultural sector here in Lake County, and just something also that I'm working on with the Food Policy Council. So something that got me a little excited to see that she was working on. That's all I got. Thank you for the update.
And I think last year, I think I testified for 707 with the Assemblywoman Durazo. I know it was continued, so this year it's moving forward, but there was that, and I don't see the other one that I testified for, but it had to do with nonprofits. They were looking to lessen the involvement with nonprofits, but I'm not seeing it. Maybe Jeff?
I think I didn't get into that aspect of it, but that's part of the conversation around AB 339, because a lot of the contracting that counties, and there was a bill
That's it.
last year as well that I think you did come down for, Supervisor, but because it would make it so much more difficult, in some cases prohibitively difficult for the county to contract for services, even ones it has been contracting for years. One of the most impacted if you will, private sector areas are nonprofits, because nonprofits work with counties on so many services that the nonprofits coalition, the California Association of Nonprofits, is opposed to AB 339 and our significant voice trying to stop that bill.
Right. Okay, thank you for that. Anything else from anybody? We'll open it up to the public for any questions. Anyone on Zoom? All right, Patrick, please unmute and.
Hi, I did want to raise some awareness about SB 346, which I know has been discussed here, and that's the transient occupancy tax bill. Airbnb and some of the other online platforms have definitely increased their activity in opposition to this bill. I did provide testimony on it in Sacramento. Lake County is heavily impacted. I know there will be an item later where we talk about a lot of the new vacation rentals we're finding during our operations and the impact it'll have on the county. So if the board wanted to consider adopting a position to support this bill, that would require Airbnb to and other platforms like it to disclose their address and identify their listings. I think that would be a huge value to the county. If your board's interested in going that direction, there is a template letter out there that's been used by a lot of cities and counties, and I'm happy to provide that or participate.
Yeah, I think we should.
Yep. Thank you, Patrick. I think we have a consensus. So do we? Yeah. Yep. All right. With that, did you have one more thing?
Just a request on how to follow up on the moving forward with what is being proposed as county supported, county opposed that we have not gone through here. Do we ask for that to come back to make it official, or can we just give consensus to say support, oppose AB 339 and support AB 993? I think those are the two that I see that we have not taken an official position on through the Board of Supervisors at this moment in time.
Just one point of clarification, AB 993, that your board did adopt a letter on.
Okay. I apologize.
So that leaves us with the other bill?
Yeah.
AB 339.
AB 339. So your board can, one of two options, provide direction to staff via consensus to come back either with a letter of support for your board's consideration, which, proposal there would be for the board via the chair to sign. Otherwise, aside from that option, your board can also provide via consensus direction to staff in some other manner of supporting the particular bill. I'm not too clear on what form that will come in the form of outside of just a letter of support, which would need to come back to your board for signature.
And yeah, also AB 470. I think if we give this direction, they can come back and be on consent.
Okay. I think we have consensus. Or yeah. We do. All right, Matthew. Thank you very much. Jeff, thank you as well.
Thank you, Jeff.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
All right. With that, we'll move on to our next item, which is 10:30 a.m. Public hearing, consideration of resolution amending the master fee schedule for departmental services rendered by the county. And you have Casey coming up. All right, Casey.
Good morning.
Morning.
Casey Moreno, Deputy County Administrative Officer. So today before your board is an update to the master fee schedule. Most of the fees are updating by the CPI, which this year is 2.69%. Fees that are not updated by CPI are either updated by government code or by a fee study. So the master fee schedule is updated annually with additional updates throughout the year as needed, and all fees that are collected by the county are listed on the master fee schedule. So Animal Care and Control is the first department. They are requesting a reorganization of the structure of fees and updating the way adoption fees are classified. The Auditor Controller County Clerk is requesting changes to match government codes, as well as completed a fee study for a couple of their fee increases. Sheriff's Department completed a fee study to justify the CCW fee increase. Environmental Health is requesting the tobacco retail license fees be added per Ordinance 3141, Section 9-128A and Section 9-129. The license fee was calculated through a fee study. Public Health is requesting ambulance permit fees be added per Ordinance 3147, Resolution 95-218. And lastly, Building and Safety, Code Enforcement Planning Department, Public Services, Public Works, and Water Resources are all requesting CPI increases.
All right. Any questions? Supervisor Owen.
Okay. I had seen that pretty much everything went up. My concern is, in animal control, the fees went, like, for instance, adopting a cat went from $20 to $60.
Yeah.
And adopting a dog went from 30 to 120, and I'm just concerned that that big of an increase when we already have trouble getting these animals adopted is going to be a deterrent.
So from my understanding, they are simplifying their adoption fees, so it's not based on the, I believe it's the weight of the dog. Yeah, the weight of the dog, and so now it's just one set fee, but the department may have further information, and they should be available either online or in person.
Okay, are they online?
I don't know.
So while we're waiting for them, so how they've crossed off the neutering from 40 pounds, under 40 pounds, 30 to 60 pounds, those have been basically crossed off, and it's just been averaged out to 120 maybe?
Correct, yeah.
Oh, okay, so before they were charging for the dog, the $30 plus the neutering fee? Is that what it was?
I believe so, yeah.
Okay. Okay.
Here
Now
goes
it's just
some.
the average.
All right.
I mean,
Looks like we have a director online.
because I didn't see that explanation in there, so.
Yes, so it is basically a simplified process at this, where before it was all itemized. So it would charge for the microchip, charge for the spay. It's just been averaged out to one kind of overall fee instead of being kind of itemized out. So it's basically simplifying the same thing that we had before.
Okay, so because I'd still seen those itemized lists in there for neutering, for, the vaccinations, et cetera, but I didn't realize that this was all in one lump sum and that before you charged for each of them because they were still itemized out. So the itemized list that you have in there, is that for people that come in that want to get just those things done?
So the itemized list should be in there, but should not, and has a price, as those things could be done if we did open services for the community and kind of what those prices would be for the community. But and those things are still there to show what's kind of included in an adoption. All these things will be done and things you can guarantee will be done when you do an adoption, but it shouldn't have the price. The price is not attached to it anymore.
Okay, perfect, thank you, that explains that. I have a few more areas. Auditor controller, that went up from, the budget book, went from $27 to $75.
Yes, so that was a fee study that was completed, and we do have a copy of it in our office. And so the price went up due to cost of materials to have those books done.
That was just such a big jump.
It is, yeah. Yeah.
Let me see. I noticed that I thought, I didn't quite understand this, on the subdivision planning, it went up significantly. I didn't put down the total fees. I'm worried about the fee increases in the planning department. It seems every line pretty much went up and increased. What's that going to do to the bottom line on that? How much is it going to increase the cost of a permit to, say, build a house?
Thank you. Mireya Turner, Community Development Director. The building permits went up according to CPI only. That's the least incremental increase we could request. So the subdivision, which is in planning, is not the building fee. Planning also went up at the least amount available. Yeah.
Okay.
So overall, we do acknowledge that development costs are increasing, but we are also trying to maintain the lowest possible request for an increase in order to ensure continuation of services without discouraging or inhibiting development.
Okay. Like I said, I was just kind of worried about we're trying to stimulate the development a little bit. So I don't know what percentage does the building fees, what percentage approximately will that go up, the total cost?
It's going up according to the CPI.
Which is
2.69%.
2.69.
Yes. If it helps, I would also like to just point out a couple things that community development is doing in order to increase efficiency and stretch those dollars. With our OpenGov system, our electronic permitting system, it does assist the public with answering their questions that might otherwise be taking our counter staff to answer. Like, let's say you're wondering about if there's a permit next door, you're able to go on that public portal and find out for yourself. Or you're also able to go online and find out the status of your permit as it is in process. Both of those add to decreasing the amount of time required of our counter staff so they can be doing other things. As well as in the Lake County 2050 General Plan Update and the Housing Action Implementation Plan, we are enumerating and identifying a number of governmental obstacles that we can continue to work on to reduce that will encourage further development by making it easier.
That's what I was in hopes for. We've had conversations in the past about that, you and I. So, okay, so do you think that the new system we installed will actually kind of help reduce the cost a little bit because of the time that it's saving?
I believe that the time it is saving will be more used towards handling other tasks that would take longer.
Okay.
So it's more of increasing the efficiency of operations internally.
Mhm.
I don't see the cost of the permit going down.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Thanks.
Supervisor Sabatier?
Yeah, there's a couple of things. I think we got an email as well, or a public comment regarding some of the new fees. There's ambulance permits and there's tobacco. Those didn't exist before. I know when we created fees for, I think it was the hemp fees, that you have to kind of look at other similar fees to get an idea of what the cost would be. There should be an anticipation for next year or the following year to give it time to study what actually occurred, how many hours it does take to see if there's going to be an increase or a decrease, that these numbers aren't just picked out of thin air. We try to find something that's as similar and as close to that same type of process to figure out what the cost would be. So just wanted to at least explain that, and I'm getting a nod, so that's thank you for agreeing with that. I am also concerned about all of the increases. They're not huge increases for this year since it's only 2.69 at this moment in time. However, it impacts what already is a fairly dismal amount of folks that are trying to develop housing, for example, is my biggest concern. Last report we had, we were in the, I think we may have just hit 2 digits of number of homes that were built for a year, and I'd like to figure out what we can do to incentivize it. So I'm gonna work and have a conversation with our CAO of where we are with our housing process, because it would be really nice to take a look at what the fees and the cost is, because I can't make it pencil out, and I think that's why we're not seeing things happening. We're gonna have to figure out how to incentivize it, and this is not incentivizing it, but I also don't wanna put a wrench in something that's only gonna make us lose money on the other end. In the planning or in the building one, I do have a request to make a change. It's not a cost change or any dollar sign change, but there's a link to the ICC Safe website for a building valuation data, and that's wonderful if you're a member of the ICC, but you cannot find out what that information is if you just go to that website, and you have to pay to be a member. And I think that we should probably make that table more public, because I have no idea what I'm in for if I want to build a house and I'm not a member of the ICC. We should be more transparent on that, because underneath it says valuation amount multiplied. Well, I don't know what the valuation amount is because of that website. So I think that I would like to see that updated maybe around the time that we come back with our budget, whether that's final budget or primary budget, just to at least show the update, because I don't think that a layman who is not highly involved in the trade would not be able to access that and understand what the true cost of building a home is.
Mm-hmm.
Did you?
Oh, no, I'm sorry.
Okay. That's all I got. All right. Anyone from the public? All right. Bring it back to the board. Are there any other final comments? Did you have anything else? No? Supervisor Sabatier?
Just curious if there could be consensus from the board for the change for the website address that leads to no information whatsoever?
That's fine.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Didn't want to direct somebody to do something without the consensus.
That, yeah. All right.
Nothing else, I'll offer the resolution.
Resolution has been offered.
And-
What, 1 second.
Mr. Chair,
Boyd?
thank you. Just for clarification, would that proposed change result in the amendment then, or such that the resolution which...
At this moment, there's nothing to change it with. The request was to bring it back.
Okay.
All right. So the resolution's been offered?
Supervisor Owen?
Aye.
Supervisor Sabatier?
Aye.
Supervisor Rasmussen?
Aye.
Supervisor Pyska?
Yes.
And Supervisor Crandall?
Yes. All right. Resolution passes 500.
Thank you.
Thank you for articulating that.
You okay?
What's that?
You okay? Are you need a break or we good? You good?
Good.
All right. We'll take 5 real quick.
No, I'm still good.
Okay. Well, I already said this, so we'll take 5 real quick. We'll come back at 11.
I just had to
15.
check. I didn't know if...
All right, welcome back from our break. We'll go ahead and move on to item 6.9, consideration of presentation from Northern Rural Energy Efficiency Network. Supervisor or Vice Chair Rasmussen, I think you...
Thank you, Chair Crandall. Yes, today we're going to have a presentation from the Northern Rural Energy Network to discuss energy efficiency opportunities that they're going to be doing outreach and providing to local people in Lake County. I know 3 of us have seen a version of this presentation at the Area Planning Council, who they're working through, but I felt it important to get it in front of the whole board and also start getting it out to the public. So with that, I'll turn it over to Jennifer and her team to do the presentation.
Great. Thank you so much. Good morning, supervisors. Appreciate your time. My name is Jennifer Brennan. I'm the Energy Program Manager of the Northern Rural Energy Network. So we're a new program under the LAPC, which is the Lake Area Planning Council, of which some of you are members. So this is a new initiative under the LAPC. This is a California Public Utilities Commission approved initiative. We are one of 4 entities that are implementing energy efficiency programs in Northern California. Our partners are Mendocino Council of Governments, Sierra Business Council, and Redwood Coast Energy Authority. This initiative is covering 17 Northern California rural counties. The focus is on rural programs. So, next slide, please. Oh, me. Sorry. Okay. So within the NREN, there are 7 flexible programs that we will be implementing in Lake County. The first is the residential education and outreach. Second, we'll offer residential rebates. There will be a finance program. Hopefully, we're going to have very low or 0% interest loans. Another program is going to focus on public agencies, public buildings. Also commercial and small business, both direct install of programs or projects and rebates. And then we'll also focus on workforce, education and training, as well as codes and standards education. The programs are really designed to provide opportunities to rural utility customers in order to reduce their energy usage and then hopefully their costs. There's been very little to no education or outreach in Lake County around energy efficiency programs, and our goal is to change that. In addition to launching our own programs, we will also be educating ratepayers about other existing programs that they may know very little about. There's a whole variety of programs out there, either state funded as well as federal tax credits that people are not aware of. So in addition to our programs, we're going to work with folks to figure out what will best fit their needs and what will help them reduce their energy consumption and reduce their utility bills. So today, I'm going to cover the first two of the programs that we're basically launching today to the public. The first is our residential education and outreach program. And we're going to be doing a lot of local events. Today, we're going to the farmers market here in Lakeport this weekend. Ryan's going to be at the Lower Lake Days parade and event to get the word out about the different programs. We're going to be doing advertising, email marketing, everything that we can do to get this information out about how folks can implement energy efficiency. Basically, $1 invested in energy efficiency reaps about $8 in rewards. So it's a very efficient way to reduce consumption and bills. The centerpiece of our residential education outreach program are two things. We will be providing free energy efficiency kits to all utility customers in the county. We'll also be offering free home energy assessments, and we will be doing these over the phone. And once we do this in-depth assessment, asking a variety of questions, we're going to provide a free report with a number of recommendations that are specific to that person's home. So I also, at this point, I want to introduce Ryan O'Neill. He's our energy program specialist, and he is going to go over in detail a little bit about the energy efficiency kits, which we have one here today, so that you can see what we're providing to our residential customers. So Ryan, take it away.
Good morning, and thank you again for having us. As Jennifer said, my name is Ryan O'Neill, and I am the program specialist for NREN. So what's currently live now is the Residential Education and Outreach Program. One of the highlights of this program are these energy efficiency kits. It looks just like this. The goal of this kit is to jumpstart energy efficiency changes, as well as provide cost-saving opportunities to residents in Lake County. So in here are some things that are very simple to use but have surprisingly large benefits. So for example, we have 7 LED light bulbs in here. When replacing an incandescent light bulb with an LED light bulb, you save $8 per hour of use per day per year. So what that means is an average use of 3 hours per day is about $25 a year per light bulb that the residents in Lake County will save if they're switching it out. You switch out 7 light bulbs, that's over $150 a year in savings. There's also some really cool devices in here that are also very simple to use, but people know a lot less about. One of these is a smart power strip. So in the energy efficiency world, we have this really insidious term called vampire loads. And what vampire loads refer to is the electricity that electronic devices consume while those devices are not actively in use. So for an example, might be your cell phone charger when your phone isn't plugged in, but the charger is plugged in, or your TV when it's off and you're not watching it. These vampire loads account for 50% of the electricity consumed by electronic devices. In Lake County, with the rates here, the average household can expect to spend $400 to $500 per year on vampire loads. So the smart power strip, what it does is it automatically turns off devices that are not in use. Because let's be honest, it can be really difficult to remember to unplug your charger every time or unplug your coffee maker when you're done using it. Another tool that we have in here is an energy usage meter. So what this does is it allows a resident to plug any electric device into it. It works as an outlet, and it will tell the customer how much energy that device is using, as well as how much that energy costs. So this kind of segues into the home assessments, because this kit is designed not only to provide, simple, cost-effective savings for customers, but also to provide them a little bit of knowledge and education about what their bill is being comprised of. How is that, that large cost at the end of the year coming to be? So with the home assessments, which is launching June 2nd, hopefully, these will initially be phone assessments, so customers will be able to have a phone call with me or Jennifer, and we'll go through a bunch of items in their home, asking questions like, how old is your refrigerator? What kind of water heater do you use? Are you interested in investing in energy efficiency, or do you just want some tools or ideas on what behavioral changes you can make in order to help reduce your bill? Once we've gone through this phone assessment, we'll compile a report and connect residents with a bunch of ideas about how they can save money and save energy. And yeah, these energy efficiency kits are already available on our website, northernren.org. So it's just a simple online form, and these will be shipped directly to the resident's house. It's limited to 1 per household. We're also currently looking at partnering with community centers, senior centers, places in the community where we can give these out in person to try to facilitate it as much as possible. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thanks, Ryan. And in fact, I just met with Lakeport Senior Center this morning, and we're discussing doing some events where we will be able to just hand the kits over once they're available to seniors. They don't have to wait for them to be shipped. So also, I wanted to mention that we would love to hear from you about what strategies work best in your communities, how we can work with you, with your constituents to get them the free kits, get them signed up for the home assessments. You're the experts, and so we want to work with you on that. Also, wanted to mention the residential rebate program, which is also live on the website. This is specifically funding for Lake County. You would go to the website and there's a rebate finder. You put in your zip code and it will show you what rebates you are eligible for. Currently, we have heat pump heating and cooling equipment. We have heat pump water heaters, energy efficient appliances like induction cook stoves, electric stoves, energy efficient refrigerators, dishwashers, ventilation, room air conditioners. What we're really hoping to launch sooner rather than later would be rebates for insulation, for attic, crawl space, and walls, in addition to duct sealing and duct insulation, including mobile homes, because that's very important to look at the building envelope. And it's typically the insulation in the attic and the crawl space that is where a lot of the energy is lost, heating and cooling. So we really want to focus on that. So hopefully that will be soon. And another thing I'm working on is organizing a series of public kickoff meetings throughout the county where we can bring in the public and bring in contractors, local contractors, and provide this information, as well as bring in a subject matter expert on residential energy efficiency and educate folks to get up to speed on how they should approach energy efficiency in their home in order to determine what the most cost-effective strategies are, how they can perhaps finance those things, etc. So we're working on those as well. And I hope that we can work together to get people to attend those events. And then last, I'll just mention the finance program. We're working on that design now. The initial thought was 0% interest loans, microloans, bridge loans, electrification loans. The launch should be in November. We're dealing with some issues right now with the difficulty of launching in a new lending program, but we will be doing some needs assessment surveys soon, focused on residential, commercial, and public buildings to determine what the actual needs are and how the program should be designed. So I'm hoping that we can work with you and others like the Chamber to get the surveys out and get the information from the local folks exactly what they need so that we can tailor our program to those needs. So with that, thank you very much. And I believe we have a few minutes left for questions, if you have any.
Yes, thank you for that. I think we all have municipal advisory committees as well, town halls in our districts. That could be a good place to start. Mm-hmm. I'll coordinate, and I'm pretty sure the other supervisors will coordinate as well. Supervisor Pyska.
That's exactly what I was going to say. Are you located in the county?
So our office is in Ukiah.
Okay.
but we'll be over here at least weekly.
It's close enough. Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, that's what I was going to mention. We have our municipal advisory councils that meet monthly, and that would be a great place to get on the agenda for a presentation.
Definitely. Yes, and Supervisor Rasmussen has been working with me and giving me some ideas, so that's definitely on our list. Appreciate that.
The senior centers, I like that idea as well, because I think that they they would like to hear this. And so they usually have, at least at ours, once a month, we have a luncheon club where you could get on the books and give a presentation there at the luncheon club.
Thank you.
Glad you mentioned that. The Lucerne Alpine Senior Center, they serve meals every day.
Yep.
So they will, you could set up there and engage with the community that's there anyhow. Another opportunity. Supervisor Sabatier?
Yeah, no, I appreciate it. You did a great job in the presentation at the APC. We're a much easier crowd to deal with. But I like the program. What I like about it is that if your finance program comes out to be exactly what you're looking to create, it has the ability to help those who don't have the capital up front without losing more money due to loan interest and whatnot. And so I think it's a good opportunity. I know we talked a little bit about the SGIP program. That's a reimbursement, not money up front, and this has the ability to play well together with some of those other programs that already exist. So love what you're doing. Keep doing it.
Great, thank you very much.
And how long once the public fills out the form on the website, about how long does it take for them to get the...
To get the kit?
Yeah.
It should just be a few weeks.
Okay.
But we're working on trying to get a number of kits shipped to us directly so we can provide those immediately. There could be some supply chain issues, but hopefully we won't have any delays. But it shouldn't be too long. If people apply for them online, it should just be a few weeks.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
All right, go ahead. This time I'll open it up to the public. If there's anyone that would like to comment on this presentation. No hands in Zoom. I'll bring it back to the board, and thank you for this presentation. This is very valuable information. Hopefully we can get you in touch with some of the town councils and also the senior centers, any of the senior centers. That would really be helpful.
Great, thank you very much. Thank you. Appreciate it.
All right. All right. Next is our 6.10, consideration of presentation from Lake County Chamber of Commerce. And we have CEO Amanda Martin here. Wow.
Oh, wow, that's fancy. Okay. Okay. Colleen, would you mind handing those out? Thank you.
Thank you. I even looked at the wording to see if that's
you.
correct. Thank you.
Why, thank you. Yeller.
Chair, if I may, while they're getting set up, I just wanted to mention that I wanted to invite the chamber here just to kind of give us an update on all of the programs and operations that they're working on in our community that are beneficial to all of our communities throughout the Lake County area.
Thank you for that. By all means.
Thank you, Supervisor Rasmussen. So, good morning, Lake County Board of Directors. Sorry, I'm a little nervous. Hello, good morning. I'll get more personal. Good morning, Chair Crandall, Vice Chair Rasmussen, Supervisor Peiska, Supervisor Owen, and Supervisor Sabatier. Thank you very much for having us here today to give you a update presentation, where the chamber's at and where we see it going. So my name is Amanda Martin. I am the CEO of the Lake County Chamber of Commerce. I just started in December of 2024, December 9th, so it's been just about 5 months. And I'm joined here by my colleague, Colleen Lee, which I'll let her introduce herself.
Yes, Colleen Lee, and I am Operations Manager with the Lake County Chamber of Commerce and a very proud CTA for the county.
That's right. Thank you. And I really have to commend Colleen because she came in as just a, interim while one of the chamber's staff members was going out on medical leave. And so Colleen came in thinking she would only be there for a couple months? Yeah. And has been there for almost a year now, and she has kept everything not just going, but growing. So I feel really lucky to get to work with Colleen. So, the Lake County Chamber of Commerce. We are a private, not-for-profit organization, so we have the designation of a 501c6. So we are a group of businesses that have come together to advance the financial, industrial, and civic interests of Lake County. So in short, the Lake County Chamber of Commerce is elevating the business of Lake County. So who we are. First and foremost, we are our business membership. It always starts there. So we have 284 members and growing, actually. Since the start of this year, we've gained 14 new members, and we're really excited and proud of that. So we are just 2 full-time staff. You've heard myself and Colleen introduce ourselves. We are really doing the work of four staff people. So thank you for your patience with us in the office. Now we also get to work with an amazing group of 10 volunteer board directors. So our president is Don Smith, and he's the director of well-being with Adventist Health Clear Lake. Then our president-elect is Robert Bocabella. He's with Business Design Services. Then our financial officer is Diane Tompkins Plant. And then our other board directors are Alex Nunez with Nola's Cleaning Service, Weston Seifert with the Saw Shop Public House, Kendall Foltz with Foltz Family Winery, Greg Folsom, here in the audience today. Thank you very much, Greg. He was the interim administrator and is now on our board. Laura Horn, who is newly with Sutter Lakeside Health, Alyssa Mingo, who's with Bicoastal Media, and then Autumn Kersey, who's with Artemis Copac. So that's a little bit of the full picture of the team. Okay, it looks like the slide got a little bit jumbled there. Not sure how that happened, sorry about that. So I wanted to really talk about how there are many different aspects that the Chamber serves our whole Lake County community here. And so one of the ways that we're doing that is enhancing the visitor's experience through the Lakeport Visitor Center. So in just the month of April in 2025, there were at least 266 visitors who come in. Now we count them by hand, we have a clicker, so that's a pretty modest number. But it goes to show that, we're open Monday through Friday, 9 a.m. to 5 p.m., and we are offering information on all kinds of things to the county. The information that we provide goes well beyond our business membership. And the visitor center is really dual purpose because it's serving both locals and visitors. A lot of locals maybe mistakenly think that the Lake County Chamber of Commerce is an extension of county government, even though we're a private nonprofit. So we get all kinds of calls that we're happy to take, and we're happy to help direct them. And then for visitors who come in, we help provide information about how they can utilize all the public lands, especially that we have to offer here in Lake County. So another aspect of the Chamber's work that's serving the visitor's experience to Lake County is our Lake Life magazine. We all just handed you a copy, so you have them there. So the Lake Life magazine is a partnership between the Lake County Chamber of Commerce and the Tourism Improvement District, or Visit Lake County. And this is the second year that we have created this publication. And the 2025 Lake Life magazine will be out late this month or next month, and 20,000 copies will be printed and distributed inside Lake County at large events like the Para Festival and other large events, and then also outside of Lake County in neighboring regions like the Sonoma Airport and visitor centers that are within driving range. And so this Lake Life magazine last year, 10,000 copies were distributed in county and 10,000 were distributed out of county. And like the Lakeport Visitor Center, the Lake Life magazine is dual purpose in that it's serving both our locals and visitors, because we know that our local hospitals, real estate agents, and other agencies utilize the Lake Life magazine as a recruitment tool to help attract healthcare workers to the county and also interested home buyers. So they use this magazine to show what the quality of life is like here in Lake County, and it really puts everything that we have to offer in a really beautiful light. So Lake Life also provides visitors with information on how to enjoy the natural beauty of Lake County, from hiking, fishing, mountain biking, bird watching, and much more. So stay tuned for this next edition. It'll be a great magazine. So another way that the Lake County Chamber of Commerce is enhancing the visitor's experience to Lake County is the Certified Tourism Ambassador Program. So this was brought to the county by the Lake County Chamber of Commerce, and now it's the only CTA program in the nation that is volunteer run. Thank you very much to Michelle Carson for that, and formerly Jackie Castile. So the CTA program provides training to county employees, police officers, hospitality workers, all sorts, on how to help visitors build their itinerary when they come into Lake County. And very excited and proud to announce that Lake County CTA program has been awarded 2 International CTA of the Year awards. The 2025 recipient is sitting right next to me. That's Colleen Yorvali. And the 2023 recipient was Michelle Carson. Now, this is no small achievement. There are 60,000 people that have been certified tourism ambassadors. So this is a really big deal that Lake County's CTA program is thriving, absolutely thriving, and being recognized internationally. Also, if you have not seen our very fun video on Facebook of Colleen finding out that she was awarded this, please go check that out. It's a lot of fun. Okay, so now shifting gears to another aspect of the Chamber's work, and that's advancing civic interests in Lake County. So as you see this diagram on the right-hand side, the triangle that convenes government, citizens, and business. This is something that I learned at the Western Association of Chamber Executives conference in February of this year. So I got to go to Las Vegas and learn from and network with 400 other chamber executives all along the West Coast. There were so many takeaways, but I would say this simple diagram was maybe my biggest takeaway from those 4 days, because it really shows how this can be the Chamber's unique role in our communities. There's also a saying within the WACE, which is the Chamber Executives Association, is that if you've seen one chamber, then you've just seen one chamber, because no two are alike, and that's because we're really serving our communities, and all of our communities are unique and have different needs. So we facilitate town halls and roundtables because we're uniquely qualified to convene, all these 3 different groups. So there's a photo from the Record B where Congressman Mike Thompson is speaking to small business owners during a town hall. That was the town hall that we put on and facilitated, and we are really grateful to both Supervisor Peiska and Supervisor Rasmussen for coming out to that. Now, a very important town hall that is not on this presentation because it just was solidified after submitting the presentation to you is the Lake Pillsbury Town Hall. You each have a flyer for that in your magazines there. I definitely do not have to tell you just how critical this issue is. You know well more than I do about this. But I'm not sure that our whole Lake County community really understands how critical this is. And I mean, I don't know about you, but every time I read about it and learn more about it, it becomes more and more complex. And so what we want to do at the Chamber is provide citizens a forum for education, for balanced discussion, and a place to voice their concerns and ask those critical questions. So that'll be happening May 28th at the Supervisors Theater, 5:30 to 7:30 p.m. And thank you, Chair Crandall and Supervisor Sabatier, for being panelists. Okay, so now shifting gears to another aspect of the Chamber's work, and this is coordinating large events to attract tourism into Lake County. So we know that Clear Lake is one of our unique selling points. You know, who else has the oldest lake on the North American continent and 100 miles of beautiful shoreline? So what we have done at the Chamber and continued to do is create events that attract tourism into the county and utilize this lake. So two of those legacy events are the Clear Lake Seaplane Splash-In event. So that just happened April 24th to 27th. This really put Lake County and Clear Lake on the national seaplane map. And the photo in the middle down below is a snapshot of the National Seaplane Pilot Association podcast that featured Clear Lake and the Splash-In. Their executive director, Steve, interviewed myself, and the photo on the right is us actually recording the podcast from the beautiful Skylark Shores Resort. So another legacy project of the Chamber is the annual Clear Lake Team Bass Fishing Tournament. This year was actually the 37th annual tournament, and a total of almost 17,000 was awarded to the top 15 anglers, which most of them were from Lake County, and very happy that first place was awarded to a Lake County father and son team.
Nice.
Yeah. Okay, so a way that the Lake County Chamber of Commerce is elevating business in Lake County is through our mixer events. So every month, we host a mixer event which brings business to caterers, wineries, restaurants, and it really provides networking opportunities. You know, these are the kinds of connections and results that are hard to make tangible, but we know the value that's there, and we know that those who come out to the mixers find the value of that networking opportunity. So mixers also provide a platform for nonprofits and community action groups to publicly present on their new projects. So for instance, our April mixer at Ripe Choice, we had Herb Lingle presenting on the Seaplane Splash-In event and John Parker on the Eli Stage Stop and the fundraising that they're doing for the new carriage houses. Then our March mixer was with Bicoastal Media, and that was when they were launching their Summer Concert in the Park series. And so, yeah, these mixers are a great time and also a great networking opportunity for both businesses and nonprofit and community action groups. So we have found the power in collaboration, and our upcoming mixers, the next one is Tuesday, May 20th. And that will be at Barbecue by Biasotti in Middletown. And we are actually joining forces with the Satellite Rotary Club and the Middletown Area Merchants Association to do this mixer. Then the following one on June 11th will be a joint mixer with the Calistoga Chamber. So we're actually even partnering beyond our county's borders. And that will be at the Greenview Restaurant. And just recently, the Gwinnett Valley Project confirmed that they will present at this mixer. So please stay tuned for that. That'll be 5:30 to 7:30 p.m. Now, another aspect that the Lake County Chamber of Commerce is elevating business in Lake County are our grand openings and ribbon cuttings. So bringing public awareness to new businesses that are opening throughout the county. A great recent example of that is the grand opening of Lakshmi Cuisine of India, right on North Main Street in Lakeport. This is a second location of RT Indian Cafe. And they came in and became members of the Lake County Chamber of Commerce and really wanted help with their grand opening, getting the word out there. And all we did was just create a Facebook event, spread it out throughout our network, and it reached 12,000 people. And that was completely organic, not boosted. So it's exciting to see those tangible results, and then also to see who came out for that grand opening. So then, to wrap it up, I just wanted to talk about where I see our future opportunities for the Lake County Chamber of Commerce. So business visits. As I'm sure you're aware, the Lakeport Economic Development Advisory Committee, also known as LEDAC, conducts business walks to survey the state of businesses in Lakeport. Now, the Lake County Chamber of Commerce would like to do a similar in-person survey for the whole of Lake County, visiting members and non-members. And as we're already informally doing this and speaking to our members, we'd like to know some key questions, like how many businesses did not survive during the COVID-19 pandemic and shutdown? And is there any way of helping bring them back? How many businesses are almost being put out of business by their utility bills? Because that's what we've been hearing a lot of, is that they are absolutely struggling with that. And so what we would like to do at the Lake County Chamber of Commerce is generate a monthly report to the Lake County Board of Supervisors, to yourselves, so you could have kind of boots on the ground data, information. Because as we know, it's always easier to retain existing businesses than to try to attract new businesses coming in. So then another aspect that we're looking at, and I can't help but be personally very excited about this one, is a young professionals network. So this is something that a number of different chambers have, and it's a professional network for people in the ages 21 to 40. As we know in Lake County, our average age of our population is quite a bit older than the state's average, so it makes this network even more important. So the Santa Rosa Metro Chamber says our Young Professional Network program convenes young professionals, innovative thinkers, and prominent industry leaders to inspire, educate, and empower young business leaders. Young Professional Network is a professional development program designed to engage and introduce young professionals to the Santa Rosa region's vast resources and opportunities. So I've already been canvassing and talking to other young professionals within this age bracket, and they're really excited about this. And this is something that I have heard consistently through all of our community action groups and nonprofits, is that they're having a hard time recruiting the younger generation to come in and volunteer and help fill those roles. So this network would provide exactly that, a network of young professionals that these groups could come to, engage with, present to, and help build that intergenerational collaboration that I think we're all excited about seeing happening in Lake County. So that was a bit of a fast and furious mouthful, and I really appreciate your time today, and happy for any comments and questions, and both Colleen and I here will be available to take them.
Well, first off, thank you for scheduling the Pillsbury Town Hall. Very important to us, I know that for sure, especially since we've, I think, a month or so back, we came out in open session and finally just laid it all out there. So this gives us the chance to let the community in Lake County know. We've already been to other places and whatnot. So again, thank you. I'll if there's anyone else, I think Supervisor Sabatier.
Yeah, Ms. Martin, it's been a pleasure working with you so far. I got to see you get appointed into your new position. I heard the last guy was a little strange, something about weird sweaters.
Weird shirts, mainly.
But appreciate the interim. We needed somebody to carry on the chamber, and thank you very much for that, Greg. But it's been a pleasure having conversations with you, trying to figure out how to work together, what's needed in the community. It's kind of a broad subject. It's not very narrow at all. And I'm going to request something that I don't know how my colleagues will take it. I feel we don't hear enough from the chamber. For example, we just looked at our fee schedule. Those fees matter to our local businesses.
Yeah, they do.
And the chamber has a much easier time to canvass such a large number of businesses in a very fast way to come back to the board and say, these are hurting this sector, or we approve of these things, or whatever the case might be. And I know that I want to say, at least when I first started, there seemed to be a little bit of back and forth between the chamber and the board on discussing those things, and I hope that we can get back into those discussions, because I think it should be a healthy relationship, but there should be some push and pull somewhere along the way so that we can make sure that we understand the impacts of the decisions that we make, because our local businesses is the backbone of the entire economy here. And so I hope to rely on you on getting that feedback and that understanding of how things are going, what's the finger on the pulse for our businesses.
Absolutely. Thank you, Supervisor Sabatier. That is our goal as well.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
I just want to thank you too, and I'm really excited about the Pillsbury Town Hall. That's amazing. I think it's much needed. The people here many of them don't know about the issue. And they're going to be really upset that they don't know. So this is really important. I really want to say kudos and thank you for that. I'm really excited about your town halls and your mixers coming up.
Thanks.
2 of them in my area. So that's really cool.
Yeah.
And I really concur with what Supervisor Sabatier had mentioned about, I worry, and that's one of the reasons I decided to run, was what is government doing with red tape and et cetera, fees, to make it difficult for the, not just the small businesses, but the people just to build a house and but the small business aspect of it. So what we can do to help them.
Absolutely. Yeah, that was something that I saw at the conference, is that many different chambers can go into all kinds of different avenues. Like the Bend, Oregon Chamber is diving fully into housing, and they actually have created a revolving loan fund just for housing specifically. So,
Oh, interesting.
yeah, it's, the options are endless and the enthusiasm is endless, but the staff is limited.
But you know what? You've got a lot of enthusiasm, and so I think we're blessed to have you.
Oh, thank you for that. Appreciate that, Supervisor Owen.
Vice Chair, I think you were next, and then you can go ahead.
Well, thank you for the presentation today. I appreciate you coming. I appreciate all the work you and Colleen are doing. I know it's a lot of work for 2 people when it should be 4. I like the idea of the business walks. I think that information is very important for our board to get a hold of and understand what the concerns of these businesses are, because we need to figure out ways to try to help them. That's part of our economy that's providing revenue into the county for us to provide services. So it's critical, and I want to continue to, work with the chamber and look for ways where the county can support you and you and the chamber can support of us. I think there's a lot of opportunities for partnerships there in the future to make it stronger for the whole community. So thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Rasmussen.
Well, first, congratulations. That's incredible. We do have a very strong CTA program here. You are still, right?
Yeah.
Anyone over here?
No, but
I've probably expired.
Yeah, you got to be on it. You got to be on it. You got to
Don't
renew
you have a
every year.
training coming up in Middletown?
Yeah.
Yes, June 13th at, sorry. That was June 13th at the Jazzercise. I believe that's on Armstrong Street in Middletown.
Yeah, it's worth it. And the support, we have such a unique environment of entrepreneurs in our county. And so the support is critical to make sure that we really maintain that authenticity that we have in our county. And we are about to launch our Trails website too. So I'm hoping that you'll help us push that out and make people aware of all of the outdoor options that we have now, and as we continue to expand with the Lake County Recreation Agency. Let's see, there was one more thing I wanted to bring up, and now I can't remember. But thank you for you both. And Colleen, again, that was a very big award that you've received. And I love the enthusiasm around the CTA program too. Everyone that's involved in it is, just loves this county and loves spreading the word, and that's important that it comes from the chamber.
Thank you so much. Supervisor Pyska.
Oh, I know what I was going to say. We've talked a little bit about housing throughout the day, but we have invested a considerable amount into our housing strategic plan that will be coming back to us later in a month or two. So it's something, we've been working on that internally, looking at how we incentivize development, bring the costs down, really build that strategy countywide. So look to us maybe this summer, later on in this summer. And then once we adopt it, and then it's public, and we can all work on implementation together.
Great. Thank you for that. Yeah, we'd be happy to help in any way we can.
2 things for me. I think you have your pen up.
Yes.
Again? Okay, just 2 things for me. If someone wants to join and they're watching, do they just contact you?
Wow, you're better at my job than I am. Thank you. Yes, they can contact us. My email is executivedirector@lakecochamber.com, or also CEO@lakecochamber.com, or they can go onto our website, lakecochamber.com, and under the tab, you can find Become a Member, and you'll see that our membership tiers, the lowest one starts at actually $150 for individuals and nonprofits, and that's annual. And then the tier above that is $300 for a business membership. Again, that's annual, and it can be paid monthly or quarterly. And then our very top tier, our community partner level, is $1,500 annually. So just to be very transparent about what those dues are. And that is what supports us. So we so greatly appreciate everybody who are members, because that's what's supporting us.
Lastly, my last question, what if somebody wants to join the CTA? When's the next class?
I'm going to turn that to Colleen.
Again, it's June 13th at the Jazzercise on Armstrong. And we are trying to have one again up here in the Lakeport area, hopefully at the Department of Education. That's to be announced.
Okay.
And the fee is $25. And just to let everybody know, we're really proud of Alan Flora down in Clear Lake City. He has put his whole staff through the CTA program, and it has helped quite a bit. Get the word out there for all our local businesses.
And that was Armstrong in Middletown, at the Jazzercise in Middletown.
Yes.
Thank you for repeating that one for me.
What's the sign-up deadline? Sign-up deadline.
May 30th.
Okay.
All right, Supervisor Sabatiego.
And you need to dress appropriately. It's a hybrid Jazzercise and CTA training all at the same time. I gave Greg Folsom a hard time, and I was reminded of a conversation, so I want to try to reciprocate. We are not a member of the chamber.
Unfortunately, correct.
I think that I at least have the perspective that I have value for what the chamber does and can do for our community. So I just wanted to mention that because I think that's, you just mentioned the cost. We're talking about $1,500. And I think that we should have a regular connection, if not board membership, or at least there's times where it's very empty and lacks county representation. I was glad to see pictures of Vice Chair Rasmussen there, but there are times where there is a complete lack of Lake County representation at some of your meetings or your mixers, and I think it's important that we be more involved in the future and change our current behavior. So nothing to say today specifically, because that's not what's on the agenda, but I'm hoping that we can change that in the near future, because I think it's important for us to be engaged.
Thank you so much. We really appreciate that. Thank you.
I'll second that.
Great.
I just, since you mentioned that, I do agree, and I've talked to Amanda about that, about the county being a member. I know both cities are members of the chamber year after year, and
couldn't help but notice that our logo was not there.
I think we should be. members and something we need to support.
Yep.
I agree.
I agree.
Well, we love to hear that. Thank you.
All right, well, there's not anything else from the board. I'll open it up to the public. If there's anyone, come on up.
I'm going to get it now.
Good morning, Board. I'm Greg Folsom, proud resident of the City of Clear Lake, board member of the Lake County Chamber of Commerce and retired city manager. First of all, I just want to let you know, these two are both amazing. I've worked with them now, Colleen since July and Amanda since December. I was involved with her hiring, and she was fantastic. So I'm really proud, and I hope that you guys really will take advantage and work with her. Secondly, I'm very concerned about some of the things I've heard on the board this morning, and I have to address it. And I don't want to point anyone out in particular, but there seems to be some envy with regard to my fashion sense. And I want to let you all know that this hat is available for sale at the Lake County Chamber of Commerce. So please come on down. I think that will help you all out. Again, I don't want to mention anyone particularly, Supervisor Sabatier. And then third, as I mentioned, I used to work with the City of Clear Lake. One of the things I'm very proud of is that during my tenure, we were able to partner with the county, with Lakeport, and with other entities in the creation of the Lake County Economic Development Corporation and the Lake County Tourism Improvement District. Both of those entities work with county businesses. They help with the creation and retention of jobs. They bring visitors into this county. They help to create revenues that help support this county. You have sales tax revenues that are being generated. You have TOT, transient occupancy tax revenues that are being generated that help support the things that this county does. The success of business is the success of the county. And those opportunities, I see the same potential and possibilities now with the county working with the chamber. And I really want to open that up as a possibility of having a closer working relationship. I appreciate what you brought up, Supervisor, about joining the chamber. I think that's something that should have been done a long time ago. And I think there's great opportunity for us to work together in the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Greg.
Thank you, Greg.
Thank you.
Nice hat.
Greg, we also have the same hairdo, so we're good. All right, anyone else would like to comment on this? If not, we'll bring it back to the board, and thank you very much for this
I have one question.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, I'm so sorry.
That's okay.
I wondered if you had like a little flyer or something that I can advertise the, okay. For, not the Tillsbury.
The June
I was
11th?
going to do this one, but for the, yes.
For the CTA.
Do you-
Yeah.
That would be great. Thank you.
Thank you.
That's okay.
Wonderful. Thank you so much for your support and your enthusiasm. Wow. Feel really good about it. Thank you.
Excellent. Well, with that, we'll close this presentation. Again, thank you so much, and we'll go ahead and break for lunch at this time. I think we have, 12:07, so let's say 12:10. We'll come back at 1:10, and we'll start our 6.11.
Pie.
Yep, there we go. All right, welcome back from the lunch break. We'll go ahead and move on to our next item on the agenda, our 1 o'clock item. Consideration of proposal investing in staffing, infrastructure, and technology, and this will be presented by Maria Valadez, Register of Voters, and Department of Register of Voters.
What number is that?
Registrar of Voters, sorry.
Okay, thank you.
6.11, I lied.
Okay, good, got it, thank you.
I don't have to read them.
That's right.
I can read my notes.
Good afternoon, everyone. Maria Valadez, Registrar of Voters. I'm here to present proposal for investing on our future in the elections. Where do I go to the next slide? This. why we are here. So, meeting expectations with limited resources. We have to meet all state, federal election laws, and we have to certify an election. Oh, am I too far? No. And we have to certify an election 28 days for a presidential election, and we have 30 days for the other, all other elections to certify an election. In addition, we have to be in compliance with cybersecurity, ADA, language accessibility, and other requirements. So this isn't about inefficiency, it's about capacity. Despite exceptional staff efforts, our limited resources cap what we can process in real time. In 2024, 21 new laws were in effect, which impacted 162 code sections, which means it impacts various processes in the election. This year, the CACO is tracking 87 bills, which 68 of are election related, which means if any of these pass, then processes change again. Between 2020 and now, we've responded to 86 PRAs. That's a lot compared to what it used to be. And it'll probably continue increasing. That's something that's not gonna go away. People are really interested more in elections. It used to be we were, not visible until after 2020 when things changed. So just to give a general idea of where we are with ballot returns. As you can see, the majority of how people vote are by mail. So 56% of the ballots that were returned by mail at the last election consisted of 56%. That was 13,331. So people can mail their ballot as soon as they receive it. We mail it out 29 days before the election, and it has to be postmarked by election day and up to 7 days after to receive it. So the mail trend is kind of slow up until about 2 weeks before the election, and that's when we start receiving more ballots in the office. The drop box has been our second highest rate where people drop off the ballots. We have 6 ballot drop boxes throughout the county, and so people to utilize that. We had a little over 3,500 returned for this last election at the drop boxes. And then at the polls on election day and at our office between E-29 and election day, we had 3,000. So on election day, from the polls, that's about 1,700 or 1,800 that were probably returned through that process. So we didn't get to verify the signatures, open ballots, and count those. So we could only process what we've received through a certain point for the election night reports. Provisional and CVR are smaller. Now that we're allowing the polls staff to call our office to verify that a person hasn't voted their ballot, then they can go ahead and vote in person. But as you can see, that in-person vote is just 10% of who votes at the polls. But we are still required to have all the polling place locations on election day because we're still a polling place county. Hours worked. So I had staff provide how many hours we've worked just from the period of election E-29 days, which was October 7th through certification date. The gray bar shows how many hours we worked in a weekly period, and the period started Monday through Sunday. And then we showed how many ballots we issued during that time through the mail and counter, as well as how many ballots were verified. And then, in addition to the returns, we still have to continue issuing ballots between E-29 to election day, in addition to the mailing out the sample ballot booklets to the same voters that register late or re-register. I wanted to make out a note here. on election day, we asked for the phone log, and on election day, we answered over 4,700 calls that day. We had 5 to 6 people manning the phones. You know, a lot of it is, where do I go vote? Where do I return my ballot? Or the poll workers calling in our office to verify that the voter hasn't voted so they could vote in person. So we fielded that many calls, which, you know, when you only have 5 staff members and extra help, it kind of makes it difficult. And then we still have to, you know, help the counter and issue ballots. Our legal mandate. So just like all the counties, we all have the same rules, but we all have different resources. We're focused on speeding up post-election processing always. That's our main priority all the time, making sure that we're, you know, being innovative with making sure with what we have to make processes go quicker. Our 4 priorities include staffing, infrastructure, technology, and support. We handle everything from voter registration, candidate filing, campaign finance, petition signature verification, to ballot tabulation, issuing ballots, returning ballots, signature verification. The complexity has increased, but our staffing and infrastructure have not kept pace. I know we moved into a bigger room from 900 square feet to almost 2,000 square feet. That's usable, workable space. But, you know, with the demands and the vote by mail growing and growing the way it is, it's, you know, we've outgrown that building at this point. Our core proposal, it's targeted to investment to accelerate results. The week after election, we had only processed 681 ballots, and the board interest is for us to produce faster results while complying with state certification timelines. And our current system stretched to the limit. It's not about doing more with less, it's about doing more with what's required. Everything here is carefully prioritized to get the biggest efficiency gains first. So that 681 ballots processed, one of the things that when the day after election, you know, we came in at 5 o'clock in the morning election day. We go home when we're done, and we crawl back in to open back at 8 a.m. The same staff that, you know, worked the day before. We come in and we have to go through all the stuff that the poll workers brought back to the office, which includes all the bags. You know, we have 22 polling place locations, 26 boards, so that's a lot of stuff that we have to clear out of our space, that's our workspace, before we can get back to the processing of ballots. So immediate efficiency gains in my thought process is to accelerate the canvas. I would like to request an elections technician, reclassify one of my specialists to an analyst, and add 6 extra help for canvas shift work. This would allow us to work in shifts, you know, have a morning shift, a midday shift maybe, or an afternoon shift, which would allow us to continue the process versus, you know, the people that are here work their 6 or 8 hours and then they have to go home. And then replace one of our aging ballot scanner. And that's my first thing. These would be the most direct responses to your request for earlier results. The technician will boost IT and mapping, and the analyst will free up operational stuff. They'll be able to work on other stuff that is needed along with what we're required to do with reporting and so forth. It would allow for more hands during canvas. The new scanner will produce faster, more consistent updates. So we would be able to have more people. So a lot of the processes in elections requires 2 people at a time. So the 2 people that are working on something would have to stop to work on the other thing. So I know we have to work on these processes, and March was the first year that we were required to do weekly reports. So we're getting there. November was our second election that we were required to do this. In the past, we would just do results at the final by certification. We were required to stop to do weekly updates. Our structural stability. So my priority 2 would be to add one elections manager, at some future, and add a part-time election specialist. The registrations continue to grow. We have online registration with DMV. People become registered, so we have to process those registrations. So that registration doesn't go down, it goes up. There's also updates, cancellations, there's pre-cancellation notices that were passed and that we had to start doing in 2024. So we have to send pre-cancellation notices to, I believe it's deceased, felons, and conservatorship, and those 3? Yeah, we have to send pre-cancellation notices to them before we can cancel them. Give them 15 days to respond or not respond, and then we can cancel them. So again, a lot of stuff has increased in our stuff. These roles will improve continuity, reduce burnout, and allow better supervision. A manager increases logistical capacity for shift work. And the part-time specialist, like I said, will also, in addition to voter registration, will fill critical service gaps during peak election cycles. So they'd be working full-time during the election cycle, which the election cycle consists about 90 to 60 days before the election and 30 days after the election once we certify. My third priority, space and tools to keep up. So the signature verification system, based on some of the research we've done, would provide a 20% faster VBM processing. But, with the machine, we need staff to be able to oversee it and run it. The verification is a bottleneck. It will automate even part of that process as that has outsized benefits. However, our current office is too small to securely and efficiently handle expanding these services at the moment, because we looked and our current extra help workspace is between 120 to 150 square feet. The machine that we've looked at could be anywhere between 150 to 200 square feet. So we would reduce our workspace for the extra help even more at this moment if that's something we purchased. I do want to note that there are some voting system funds that we still have, a little over $130,000 that we could utilize to offset the cost for the signature verification system. And I think we have to use the funds before June of 2026. So, but again, we'd have to look at our current space to be able to bring this system in.
What's the price of the system?
We got a couple of different quotes on that, and we're looking at, let's see. Sorry, I have to take off my glasses to read. 240 to 280. And that doesn't include like annual software and hardware maintenance. That'd be in addition to the cost. That would be just the cost to purchase the equipment. One of the other things that our office could use is a van. During the election process or cycle between 29 days before the election through election day, we're required to collect the ballots from the drop boxes. It's twice a week for the first 2 weeks and then 3 times a week the last 2 weeks. So, and then on election day we have to hire staff to go out and lock those boxes on election day at 8 o'clock. But the people that, the van would be for the 29 days in the office, where we go twice a week, 3 times a week. Right now, Central Garage has always been helpful with us, but they have like the small little Ford Escorts that when we put those 6 bags, it's pretty tight. We used to borrow a van that they had before, but it's no longer in the pool. So, and then another thing the county should consider is setting money aside for modernization of systems. In 2019, our voting system was decertified, which means we had to go back and purchase a new voting system at that time. And that was over $200,000. I'm sorry, $300,000. So just having money aside, because we never know when, that could be decertified, along with aging equipment, voting equipment. We will be having to replace our printers that we purchased with our voting system, because they'll reach the end of shelf life. So those will have to be replaced. Right now we have about 40 of them, but I think we could replace 30 of them, which would be about a $24,000 cost once we get to that point. Right now we would just use what we have until we no longer have any extras, and then purchase them, one at a time. But to replace them all, it'd be about $24,000. And then our printers in our office as well, they reach the end of life shelf and they're no longer serviced. So, we'll use them until they no longer work, but it should be noted that, at some point we should designate money in a fund for election voting system replacements. Our fiscal approach, is responsible, phased implementation, prioritizing for long-term savings and efficiency based on internal analysis and state comparisons. And if the board is supportive, I would provide detailed costs, and models would follow. I had in my here that we're not asking for a blank check. We're asking for a green light to move toward responsibly, to what it is you guys feel that would be more helpful to our department. And then to return to your board with more specifics on anything you guys think would be something you would want more information on. This would be a sustainable path forward. It would provide us with the tools to increase capacity. It would build a more resilient, responsive election office, and it would equip us to protect and strengthen public trust. We've stretched existing resources as far as they go. These targeted investments ensure Lake County remains transparent, timely, and trustworthy in our election operations. I respectfully request your support to move forward. Any questions?
Supervisor Pyska?
Yeah, I appreciate you putting this plan together and bringing it to us so that we can be more efficient and better prepared during election season. But I have some questions. So are you asking for 2 new permanent full-time positions?
2.5.
2.5. And are they gonna really be utilized year-round?
Yes.
Not just during election season?
No.
Okay.
We're getting to where there's so candidate filing has become its own thing. Campaign finance is its own thing. We're having to, which, by the way, the campaign finance we actually automated. But we still have to make sure that we follow up with people that have committees. There's more people running for office than there used to be, and I don't have a number on those, but they have to file forms 460s, 470s, all of that has to, and if they keep the committees open, we're required to, monitor that. And and look at those so that if they have any updates, that we reach out to the, committees to make sure that we stay in compliance, that we stay within the deadlines, that they're not being late. All the petitions, all the initiatives for the general November election, we had to verify signatures on all of those before they go to the ballot. So in a primary in 2024, and I don't know how many initiatives were on the ballot, but we had to verify signatures for all of those. It varied, 2,000, 3,000 with each petition. So that's 12 petitions that were on the ballot this last election. So we had to verify signatures during a primary. The off years, even though we call it the off year, but the only off year we've had no election was in 2023 and hopefully this year. But in 2021, we had the recall election, and there's a recall process right now for, Governor Newsom, and if there's signatures, we're going to have to verify those signatures. So our odd years, we kind of take in, and everything we endured in 2024, we come back and we sit down and we say, how can we speed up that process? Sometimes we have to implement something in the middle of election, and we do it in a manner and then try to improve upon it. But, after we've had 2 elections, now we're going to go back and we're going to be like, okay, this didn't work. Now we need to improve upon our processes. So having staff dedicated, specialized in certain fields, we're required to have an outreach plan where we have to do more outreach. It just, all of that takes time, and it requires specialized people in the different fields. And it just makes it hard when we're spread thin. I'm having to read 87 bills to kind of see which ones affect and to try to keep up with those to make sure that, hey, if this passes, we have to change our process now. In my informational packet that I put in there, if anybody was able to read to it, there are so many times we have to pivot. Today was +3 days for returning ballots. Next time it was +7. During COVID, it was +17. Requirements that the laws throw at us, and we have to turn around and make sure we comply.
Okay, and then is it 3 different equipment or 3 different systems? The ballot scanner, the signature verification, and the voting system? Is it 3 different systems that need?
Well, the voting system consists of the ballot, the voting system. The scanners are for the voting system.
Okay.
The signature verification system is a standalone system. It allows us to scan the ballots so that staff can, or again, the system, we would set it to where it would validate automatically a percentage of the signatures without us having to manually review them. But, anything that doesn't get verified would still have to be under manual review.
Yeah.
It would also allow us to sort some of the ballots by precinct, but again, that requires you run it through the first time my understanding is you run it through the first time to scan it for signature and then you have to run it back through for signatures verification. It could date stamp, it could open the envelopes. It does a lot of different things depending on what it is we're looking to use it for.
And so we were talking about your equipment and end of life. So, this is one thing that I brought up with the CAO's office and all department heads, and budgeting is planning in the department reserves for having to update equipment. So is that anything that you're currently planning for?
My plan is right now. I'm going to have to talk to Stephen and see when that was going to be part of something that I have to bring back before the board. As of right now, we're okay for the next election cycle, but maybe the fiscal year after that, we need to start talking about.
It seems like anytime you have an investment, you have to start planning for the end of life for that investment. So, planning, saving, putting in reserves as you go is probably a good practice across the board. Yeah.
While I don't disagree with the planning and saving, general fund departments do not have reserve capabilities. That would be within the main general fund. So like our technology reserve for the whole general fund is what would be the reserve.
So that's where we should plan for it there.
It was used for the ERP.
Okay.
But individual departments do not have the ability to throw off a reserve because they're all in the same fund.
Okay, so that's good to know, but it is something that we need to be looking at.
Yes, that's why we have a tech reserve.
That's why we have the technology reserve fund. Okay, and then,
I do have to say that, Stephen has been really good about working with me with questions and answers on these and stuff. And initially that $130,000 that we had set aside could be utilized because we get reimbursed 75% of a purchase cost. So, but holding on that money until we really need it, because we actually had talked about it. Initially, the contract had expired, and we reached out to the state and asked if they were going to extend that contract. So it got extended so that we can keep that money before it goes away, because at that moment, it didn't make sense to buy equipment when our current equipment is still working. So, we're, being fiscally responsible by not spending money and holding on to it until we have to purchase anything.
okay. And then, so the office space, does it work on the off years, your office space currently?
Yes.
Okay, so maybe we could look at expanding during election season, like renting another space or using another.
Well, our central count location is at the office. Moving equipment to other facilities, I don't know. I think that would have to be a plan I'd have to try to figure out. It wouldn't be feasible because our ballots are stored in our room for issuing ballots. Our ballot counting system is in our computer room.
I know, but we just built that out.
I know.
Yeah. Okay, and then.
So again, that's what I'm saying. Like, to me, at the moment, if you're asking me, I think staff would be my first request. That would be my first, having more staff would allow us to, again, more extra help, because I don't think I included on here, but just requesting more extra help.
Extra help is on.
During the season,
Yeah.
so that we can work those different shifts.
Okay. And then for the vehicle, again, it's hard to justify buying a vehicle for just certain times of year when there is a pool vehicle that sort of works, or maybe there's an investment in a pool vehicle if there's a need for other departments, or maybe just renting it for the season. I think those are some options to explore too. Because I understand, there's this need to expand and contrast throughout the years, and it's trying to find the balance of what makes sense
right
in the years when you need the extra staffing and the extra space and the extra equipment, and the years that you don't. So, I'm glad that you brought this to us. There's a lot for us to think about. I think there's a lot of analysis that still needs to go into what these requests really entail. But I think just trying to stay as agile as we can.
Vice Chair?
As I said, last year in 2024 was our first year we had to do the reporting requirements, and it happened to be in March, and then in November, and then I do have to add that we were short-staffed by one permanent employee in November, which when you have knowledge that's not available, and then we have, but thankfully we had somebody that had worked with us before that came and helped, but at the same time we had lost that person that verified signatures at a large quantity amount.
Yeah.
So, under the circumstances, we managed to maintain and continue in doing and meeting the deadlines that are required of us.
Vice Chair?
So as I understand, so it would be 2.5 full-time plus a reclass. Is that what I'm reading here? A reclassification of one?
Yes.
Plus 2.5 full-time?
Correct.
Were you looking at that, at requesting that all for next budget year, or would that be something that could be phased in over?
I think my priority one was to, I think reclassing one position, and if you gave me a part-time position to begin with, I think we could work with that because that part-time position could work full-time during the election cycle and then at some point increase. You know, right now thankfully IT does help us with a lot of the stuff that requires certain IT stuff to be done, but it'd be nice to have an in-house IT person to help us with, the ballot design, the hash testing, like all those other things that we're not IT staff members that, but we rely a lot on IT. And I think sometimes we put a big burden on their department, them being so short-staffed as well. But I mean, at some future, an IT staff member and or a supervisor, because, once you get more people, then you need people to supervise, to help supervise all the extra help that you have and anything else, so.
And so I think with one of the pieces of equipment you were talking about, you said that would, you said that would basically take up the whole amount of room that
it would take up a big
we have extra
chunk
help
of
working in?
a big chunk of
So how,
space in that
if we
area.
did purchase, how would we deal with that in the current facility?
It'd be tight.
Okay, well, I appreciate this detailed report. I definitely want to help however we can. I feel a little bit at a disadvantage because I don't know what the budget looks like today. I haven't seen that yet, so I'm assuming you've been talking to Stephen about these, or the budget office, about these requests and seeing what may or may not be able to be worked in. So I just kind of feel like I don't have a lot of info.
I didn't talk to him about the positions I'm requesting at the moment because I was waiting to get direction from the board. And I know that, with the budget this year, everybody's, kind of having to reduce their budget, which makes it kind of difficult.
And one last question, if we got all this new equipment, the voting system, the scanners, and
Well, it wouldn't be the voting system. We would be setting money aside.
we wouldn't have to replace that right now?
No. And like I said, the scanners, we would need to replace at least one of our scanners at the moment because we have 3 scanners, but 2 really are so slow. And so we end up just using the faster scanner during election time.
Okay, and so if we did get whatever equipment we needed, can the same amount of staff run that equipment as what we have now, or is there staffing issues?
We would need to hire extra help, and I mean, we would have to train the extra help. So the 5 permanent staff members are us answering phones on election days. So, because, you have questions on what's my precinct, what's my, versus just simple questions. So, I mean, that's why it'd be hard. I mean, we're spread thin right now. And so having that additional staff would help us make sure that we're in certain divisions of that process where they could oversee it along with extra help assisting.
Okay, so at a minimum, if we got new equipment, we would need at least more extra help to manage that.
Well, yes.
Okay.
Okay.
Supervisor Owen?
Well, I'd like to thank you. I know that you've got a really tough job and you've got a really great staff. So I would like to say thank you for what you do. And I think that you're underappreciated.
Thank you.
So I have a question for Stephen, probably. Do you know if with them being in need of additional space, is the public defender's office, is there available space there? No, the new, where we leased the $15,000 a month, that building, is there additional available space there that can maybe house them?
We can look into it, but last we checked, there was still space rentable.
Space rental, oh, I thought we rented the whole.
We rented a whole floor.
Oh, okay.
It is 3 stories.
There's 3 stories, okay.
So not within what PD rented, no.
Oh, okay, no, so all of the space that we rented is taken up, okay. Okay, I was just trying to
We're currently in a lease, so, and that was a 10-year lease, so
Okay.
our 10 years, I think, expires in 31.
Okay. And then I was kind of on the line, thinking along the same lines as Jessica, in the essence that during election time, it might be a thought to look into a lease for that month or whatever for a van, opposed to,
I honestly, I mean, as much as I think that only thing that I could foresee us expanding would be to serve the voters on election day. Like we could do a one-day rental and issue ballots for voters on one day at a location, but to open ballots and to signature verification, our system is in our office, and
Sure.
I don't see how that would work.
We'd
have to have
a lease
like
of a van?
I'm sorry?
A lease rather than a buy on a van?
I'm not talking about that. I'm just talking about, like, I don't know what part of the processes you would be asking me to move off-site.
Oh, no. I was looking to see if there was enough availability to move your whole, but I didn't know you were a 10-year lease.
Yeah.
So it was looking for something with a larger footprint to house you. So, but it sounds like that's not going to work.
I don't think anything temporary, in my opinion, would work right. How the systems work, it'd be kind of difficult.
Okay.
I don't see, I mean, if you guys have a suggestion, I mean, I'd be willing to look into that, but I don't know how that would work.
Okay. So the six people on the temporary, that would just be, you stated, just to clarify, so that'd be like 60 to 90 days before the election day, and then 30 days after on the extra help.
The additional, yes.
Yes, the additional help. And then currently, what you're asking for is a classification change on one, and a minimum of a part-time or one.
I mean, if
plus
we had to
part-time?
sit here and compromise on something, that would be, I mean, not a compromise, sorry, just a request.
Yes.
That would be something that we could work with.
Sure.
And at some point, the board would probably, me or the department head, whoever's here, would have to come back at some point, because again, the requirements keep increasing.
Sure.
And
The
we are
bureaucracy.
And we're scattered pretty thin, I said that I think our department's the first department that's been able to clone people, because we have to wear multiple, I mean, I know a lot of counties do, but I'm here for registrar to, but we do. We clone ourselves to be different hats at the same time, We're working on candidate filing, then we have to turn around and work on vote by mail, even signature verification, whatever it is, so.
So 1.5 new hires and a classification change.
I mean, at least a classification change and a part-time. I don't know what the budget is like. I can't sit here and request and put a request. It'd have to be something that you guys would have to give me direction on. But I mean, increasing staff in the department moving forward is something we should really consider.
Perfect, thank
the
you.
expectations from the outside in, the lawmakers make the laws and we have to implement them, and we do it in the best manner that we have and that we can, based on our current staffing.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for sending out the list and prioritizing them as well. I'm going to go through them one by one real quick. But before that, I just want to say the only reason we're here is because of articles, complaints, and impatience with the process that takes place in order to count ballots and to put out the right information. There is nothing that is incorrect in how you do things or what you do. The integrity of our ballot, integrity of our elections is very strong. And so I just want to make sure to say that we are not solving a problem that doesn't exist. We are looking at being more expeditious in the process to see if we can make people happier about getting the results of either they lost or they won faster. And I'm sure on one side it hurts more to find out faster than the other. But literally, it's a issue of the 21st century where everybody wants the information now. In fact, I just want to real quick make a statement. Your department, has always taken the full 30 days to certify, 28 days, whatever it is. And now there's a state law that actually forces certification to be more alongside of what Lake County used to do. Other counties used to certify a whole lot earlier, which means that people's ballots would get dropped because they didn't have time to correct them. They didn't have time to do the right procedure for their ballots to be counted. So I've always appreciated that we've done that this way. And in fact, now there's a state law that kind of mimics what it is that we used to do. I think it's good to see updates. So I like that new law as well. I know it's more work on you. And obviously, again, we're going back to the main gist of why we're here. People want thousands in the updates, not the hundreds that we were able to do in the first one. And then it got bigger and larger as things were able to move forward. Within all that, there's the 1% hand count that needs to happen as well in a timely fashion. There's a whole lot of processes that occur within that. So I just wanted to make those statements first. So I'm going to go through the priority list.
Thank you.
I'm not comfortable in the state in which we're in to add more staff. I am comfortable in opening up conversation with our IT department, who already supports the election. He supports all departments, but definitely during the election, there's a heightened support. What can we do to do a larger amount of time to your department outside of just elections? Is there capacity within IT? I'd love to see those conversations and see what's possible, and even bring back to see what's available. Because if by chance somebody that would fulfill the IT GIS, it's not 100% full-time, it's 90, 95, then we would be able to utilize that IT person in other departments and other capacities that would be helpful to the county as well. So I would like to have that conversation just to see where it goes. Okay. The reclassification, I don't know enough that I think it will help you, but I'm happy to look into it and happy to see what that would look like if there was a reclassification. The extra help, it obviously depends on the dollars that are available. I think that's should be available if there's dollars available for that. All technology, I think I'm interested in. Obviously, you need to have continued access to the same technology you have. We're not abandoning anything, but if there's anything that can help you, even 20%, whether that's to count for the Newsom recall that you were just mentioning, or whether it's to count for the actual ballot, whatever could be helpful to make sure that we can process that faster. Even 20% of 19,000 ballots is going to be a whole lot faster. So I'm happy to look at that, and the price does not seem extreme. I'd love to more know what the annual cost is.
I do actually have that. For the annual software, we're looking at a little over like 12 to 13,000, and the maintenance is about 16 or 24,000.
And they'll get you every little penny that you can. As far as the facility expansion, I don't know enough, but I think there's got to be a way to be able to VPN into your facility that you have currently and use whatever facility might be nearby, such as you and I talked about it, the Silvera Community Center here in Lakeport. Is that an opportunity? Is that possible? Again, I'd love to see those conversations with your department and IT department, and seeing what's possible and what's not possible, because I don't know enough. As far as the van, I just love to, we have SUVs, we have other vehicles, and I would just say we need to have one vehicle where at a specific time frame for an election, it is on hold and it is dedicated to your department, the Registrar of Voters, to make sure you have the means to move around all the ballots in a safe way and the ability to do outreach and whatever your needs are. But I think there's ways to look at a lot of these and make them possible. Obviously, it's going to come down to dollars and cents in the long run, but just wanted to at least place my comments on each one of those items that you brought to us.
I do want to point out that the one thing we could not do off-site would be to scan our ballots. That has to be at our office because that system isn't on VPN or it's not on internet connection. It's a standalone system, so the ballot scanning would have to still be conducted at the office. Like I said, signature verification, we'd have our machine at the office, maybe that part of the process, but we have cubicles for staff to be able to verify the signatures. So it'd be the opening of the ballots. That would be where if we can hire, a lot of staff to be there at once, that would kind of like what we did during COVID where we came down here to open ballots, to be able to expand a little bit more. That would be the only location. Unless we could come to the courthouse and use your room.
Makes it
like we did.
difficult for 30 days.
All right.
Does that lease that we have an exit clause? Do we know? That'd be something I'd be interested in knowing, like if
I'm not
if we
sure.
find other space in the next year.
I'm
or
not
so.
sure. I'd have to look at it.
Yeah.
And just, it's important to know that we put a little over $75,000 that we invested into that building to accommodate, what we currently have, so.
Anything else? No. All right, I'll open it up to the public. If there's anyone that would like to speak about this item on the agenda. 6.11. Not hearing any, I'll bring it back to the board. Is there anyone on Zoom? No. All right, I think this is direction, right? Mainly direction. Let's see, do you feel like you have is it direction?
Can I make a statement real quick?
Please.
I'd like to thank my awesome staff, like you guys said. Lourdes, Savannah, Shauna, Julie, and all my other extra help employees and the poll workers. Without them, elections would not be possible. So I want to give them
Thank you.
big kudos.
Thank you all.
Thank you, Maria.
You're the backbone to my office, and my department, so.
Thank you for that, and thank you for the work you do. Did we have a consensus on direction?
Well, I want to say where I'm at. I feel like I'd like to, I don't feel like I can go with the direction that's recommended here until I'd like to see a report with what the costs of all of this is going to be.
Mm-hmm.
Come back to us, because I feel, while I want to help however I can, I feel like I don't have enough information and not knowing where the budget's at right now. And I think we're right in the middle of working on the budget, so that's a good time to try to get these costs to figure out what may or may not be possible this year or in future years. So that's where I'm at right now.
Yeah, I understand these priorities, but I'm interested in looking at how we can be flexible with what we already have, or short-term rentals, or, like I said before, having the ability to expand and contract. Even without looking at the budget, we can't do all of these things. So I think more information is needed on the staffing piece of this and what could be leveraged with other departments that we may have. I think there's ways that we could look at that too.
All right. I know that, did you have anything else to add, or no?
I said my piece in the specifics. I'm open for hearing back about technology.
Mhm.
I'm worried about adding positions. It seems to be in contrast to what we're attempting to do.
Mhm.
As far as the extra help, I think that's always there. It's just whether the money is available. So I don't think we need to say much about that.
I would like to say one thing about the
Go ahead,
extra
Steven.
help. That's one-time money, so that's not the same thing as like a new
Budget.
a full-time position.
Budgeted
So
item.
That's much easier to come up with than ongoing revenue.
And the equipment is one time, except for the ongoing maintenance. So we still need to look at those costs for the year.
When was the deadline for the spending of the money before you lose it for the equipment?
I believe I have to submit June of 2026.
Oh, okay.
The reimbursement.
It doesn't, okay. So we're still solid right now? Okay.
I did get 2 quotes from 2 different vendors on the signature verification system. But I don't know if you guys need me to go through that technology, what do you call it?
Differences in them?
Technology Group Committee.
Yeah.
Oh, the technology committee, yeah. That would go through that, right?
If I need to go through that, or, I mean, because one of the vendors is willing to come and do a presentation to the board, so you guys can kind of see what the automation process would be for that part of it.
I think that helps. And what helps for me is just seeing the return on investment, like whatever, like you've given us these solutions and the results that you want. And then I like what Vice Chair had said about getting us some more information on on what it's going to look like, the cost and whatnot. But my decision will be based on return on investment. And a lot of what you've already said that will help, you're finding solutions that will help, expedite or have, more solid results. So yeah, I think that would help and for a presentation so that we can know which quality that we're getting for that device.
Okay, I can reach out to one of the vendors, so I mean, at least you guys would get an idea of what the systems do. As far as the extra help, that's kind of a challenge sometimes because not a lot of people want to work extra help and on call and during certain time frames. But I mean, we're going to do our best to start advertising if we get the funds, and even because it makes it hard to find people that are only willing to work for a certain period of time. Or today you're 4 hours, tomorrow you're 6, and then you're off the following 2 days or whatever. So, I mean, as long as I get the go ahead to increase my extra help, I can start looking for more people. Once I provide numbers to give you guys an estimate of that. And as far as the positions, that'd probably be something that I'd have to sit down and, because there's not a position that's an analyst. That's what I'm kind of was looking for. It's not a created one that is for election specific, but I'd like it to be election specific because we are a specialized department.
Supervisor Sabatier?
Yeah, I was just going to mention again, I'm open for the reclassification to hearing back. What does that look like? What does that mean financially? And I also hope that we can engage and open up conversation about the possibility of being offsite and what can work, what doesn't work, as well as engaging with IT to see what more capacity is within IT to better engage with, not better engage, that's not the right word, but to engage more with your department, since you seem to be requesting and saying there's a need for that. For that type of expertise.
Right. For the time that what we're talking about for the building, I just want clarification. So you guys are looking for us to, like, the 29 days before and like through certification, like look for a facility that would accommodate like more workers? Is that where we're?
I think this is a conversation we can have at the space committee.
Yeah. Is that what we're talking about?
And I think it starts with IT to see if it's possible. If it's not possible, then it's a waste of time to have a conversation with the space committee if she can't leave her site.
Yeah, but Shane's on the space committee.
He is?
Yeah.
Yes. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, because we can't just pick up a lot of our systems and go. We need to make sure that we have, because it's, voter data that it would be like a satellite location, I guess, where we would have to have.
And I bet there's a flexible way to make something happen. I get it that you're not online for safety and security reasons.
I think that would be my biggest.
Maybe that might actually mean you can move it around to the next site because you are not connected to something. So I don't know. I think the conversation is worthy just to see, can we accommodate a more comfortable space during high intensity time?
Okay. And would that conversation come back with you guys and IT, or do I have that conversation with IT?
Sounds like it would be with the space committee.
It goes to the space committee? Okay.
Right.
Okay.
And we have a meeting scheduled already for next month, so if you contact Lars, he's the one that sets up the,
So have me set up something with IT, okay.
I think,
Or if
yeah.
they're
Space
listening, let's
committee.
put them on there.
Space
Let's
That's
put her
what I
on there.
And we can-
If you're listening, Lars.
Lars, put me on the
He's
agenda,
probably
please.
listening.
Okay.
Huh?
And go ahead.
Yeah, so with the FTEs and budgeting for an election, maybe that's where we look at the budget and what you think you might need when you're putting that budget together.
I'm sorry, say that again.
Well, like you had a budget for last year's election and you had FTEs, or I'm sorry, not part-time. You had some extra help.
Right, okay.
And so put that in the budget. So that, is that,
I have it in the budget. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
when you're budgeting for an election, that's a good place to put those numbers in for your extra help.
Okay, so do I update my current budget that I submitted and give you new numbers for extra help?
Well, I don't think we have an election this year, right?
We do in June.
Okay, for next year, right, so.
June is technically.
This
Oh, that's
fiscal.
Oh, right.
June is
This-
technically
th-
this
that's
next
right.
fiscal year.
Okay, so for, yeah, so I think that's what you would look at.
And when I was talking with the director, we were going to change that at mid-year depending on how things worked out. So, yes, we can talk about it.
Well, okay, let me think, sorry. So the next fiscal year we're talking about, yeah, would be our June election for this,
Right.
yeah, 25, yeah. Okay.
Supervisor Owen?
And Stephen, would it be you to check in on that contract to see if there was a, I know that it was mentioned that the current facility, it's a 10-year contract, so whether there's an out, as Supervisor Rasmussen had asked?
We do have a version of the contract, so Public Services would also have a version, but we will take a look.
Check
at
that,
this.
okay, thank you.
Maybe in space.
Yeah, and the Space Committee will
Yeah.
get that.
Perfect, thank you.
And I just brought that up because obviously in 26, we're going to be talking about what to do with the fourth floor, so there could be a lot
Yeah.
of
Yep.
different changes going on that could be considered.
Yeah.
All right. All right. All right, are we good?
Okay, thank you. And so am I coming back to the board, or am I just meeting with these other, or
So
just to make
once-
sure, I just want to make sure
So
I'm,
once you meet with space, we'll figure from there, and then budget, that you'll meet up with Stephen to adjust your budget, and then I think with space, we'll figure out from there if you need to do a presentation, and go from there. Does
And
that sound
maybe
about right?
HR with the extra position.
Oh, that's right, and then,
And the voting machine demonstration.
okay,
Bring
I'll
that.
reach out. And that could be its own presentation, right?
And if there's any differences between the two models?
I mean,
Whichever one you do.
I got quotes on both of those, but just, I mean, if I bring in one, would you want me to bring in both veterans?
I would say let us know the differences.
I think just having something that shows the differences. If you have both that can present, that'd be great, but if only one does, have the opposite, to show which one you prefer and why it would be auspicious. Vice Chair?
Well, wouldn't I have to go through wouldn't I have to go through an RFP?
Yeah, that wouldn't really follow purchasing procedures. We would have to go through an RFP
Okay.
process.
Take back what I
I was just thinking of having somebody come in and do a demonstration
So let's-
so that you
let's-
guys would
let's
be
get-
familiar with the process.
Let's get you to get with admin to help with that.
Okay.
That process.
In essence, who they select through the RFP process, that would be the perfect one to give the
All right.
presentation.
Perfect.
Okay.
Right.
Okay.
All right, anything else?
Yeah, just before we close, I just wanted to mention that, for the record, that we had gotten a public comment about this item this morning that, without reading the whole thing, essentially was encouraging us to look at options to, support the registrar in future
Oh, that's
elections
right.
and things like that.
Yeah, that's right. It was in the public comment. Thank you
Yes.
for, thank you.
I just wanted to mention it for the public's information.
That helps.
Right here.
Oh, Supervisor Sabatier?
Sorry, that did remind me of something, and I know it's more work, but if it's possible to fit in, I don't know when the last time was that you went to high schools to do any kind of presentation, but I am certain if you can let some of the students know that they get paid to be out of school, to be part of elections, that you might just find some extra help there as well.
Well, I mean, unfortunately, some of the schools require, because of the age, the work permits, they're not allowed to work beyond a certain time. And it's up to the district to allow them to work in addition to, the parents. But I know in one occasion, we did have a student willing to work, and the superintendent shot it down because they couldn't work beyond a certain time frame. So, we've reached out to the schools. We could reach out to the schools and see if it could be part of their, community service type of stuff. I don't know.
That's funny, because they could do 8 hours of community service anytime, and they don't get
But they can't work
restricted, but as
beyond a
soon as you
certain
pay
time.
them-
So polls close at 8, and they'd be required to stay there until they're done. So that could be 11, 12. So I don't know those labor laws for that part of it, and that was kind of something that the superintendent had mentioned, so that we'd be in violation of, so.
All right.
Makes no sense.
Well,
I don't know.
It's a state law that they're allowed to do that. Anyways.
Thank you very much. Is there anything else, or are we good? Thank you so
Thank
much,
you.
Maria, for that.
Thank you.
And
Thank you, Maria.
follow up with
And thank you to the
yes,
staff
yeah.
for coming with you.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. All right.
They're going to pick me up off the floor if I fainted.
All right.
Thank you, guys.
We'll go to, so that's, our timed items are complete there. We'll go to 7.2. Consideration of update to the 2025 Board of Supervisors Committee assignment list. Stephen?
Thank you, Board. So this request came in from two supervisors currently on the board. They would like to switch who's the primary and the secondary on the committee.
Okay.
Simple as that.
Anything to add about that? Which committee it is?
It's APC, and it's just not working with my calendar.
Okay. And everyone's willing to make the change?
Yeah, I've been going to the meetings, and I'm happy to switch spots. Not a problem.
Okay. Any other comments? All right. I'll open it up to the public for anyone that would like to comment on this. No hands in Zoom. All right, we'll come back to the board for action.
I move that we approve the update to the 2025 Board of Supervisors Committee assignment list.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? And motion carries. All right. Let's go, we'll just go straight down. 7.3, consideration of agreement between County of Lake Continuum of Care and Adventist Health Clear Lake Hospital Incorporated to provide services under the Homeless Housing Assistant and Prevention HAP Youth Set-Aside Initiative in the amount of $127,665.52 for the period of December 1st, 2024 to June 30th, 2027. And Supervisor Sabatier?
If you would like, I can elaborate on this since this went through the COC.
Right.
So the COC had approximately $250,000 to spend on TAY, the transitional age group, youth, and we received two separate proposals, and one of them is in front of you here for Adventist Health, who offered their proposal where they would set aside, I believe it's 2 beds at the Hope Center for transitional youth, with anticipation to expand those beds further. That's my brief summary that I can provide.
Looks like we have Director Jones on.
She was there.
Zoom. Would you like to add to this, Director Jones?
No, Mr. Chair.
All right. Any questions? I'll open it up to the public for any questions on this item. Bring it back to the board for action.
I apologize, Director Jones, I did not see you there. I move to approve the HAP Youth Set-Aside Initiative in the amount of $127,665.52 for the period of December 1st, 2024 to June 30th, 2027 to Adventist Health Clear Lake Hospital, Inc.
I'll second that.
And authorize the chair to sign.
And authorize the chair to sign.
All right. So
Apologize.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0-0. Thank you very much for that one and for chiming in. I didn't see her neither, so until after you were talking, she came on, so. But it worked out. 7.4, consideration of changes to the County of Lake hiring incentives policy, and B, discussion about the existing list of qualifying positions and using the hard-to-fill criteria to determine eligibility. And it looks like we have Pam Samick here to present this item.
Forgot to include the list of positions that we currently include, so I brought copies.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Pam Samick, HR Director. Today we're here to talk about providing some clarity around the definition of newly appointed employee. We are recommending that we change this definition to someone who has not been employed in a permanent capacity within the last 2 years. You want to discuss this one before the next item, or?
Continue.
In addition, we would like to discuss removing the list of qualifying positions hard to fill and just use the criteria to determine eligibility based on the incentive policy.
And
Even?
anything else you want to look at within the policy.
And anything else to look at in the policy, is that what you said? All right. All right. Supervisor Pyska and then Supervisor Sabatier after.
Yeah, I'm okay making this change, but if there's any hiring or negotiations or potential people that are kind of caught in the middle of this, how would that, how would we make sure that we don't disrupt what's already in motion?
So once I get direction, we'll update the policy, send it to the unions for a meet and confer, and anybody currently in a position that is open where we listed the incentive would still be eligible for the incentive as listed on the job opening.
Okay.
Supervisor Sabatier?
Appreciate that clarification. I'm very much in favor, not entirely, of clearing out the hard-to-fill eligible positions. It just feels like the majority of the classifications seem to find themselves on the list. I think that we do need to apply ourselves and at least prove that it's hard to fill through two, but there's some on there that I'm uncomfortable taking off, and that would be department head and safety.
Yes, that would not change. The positions listed as automatically eligible would stay eligible per the policy.
All right. Vice Chair?
Yeah, just for the record, I wanted to state that what Supervisor Pyska brought up was going to be my exact question. I didn't, if there's something going on, I didn't want to stop anything.
Right.
I didn't want that to get changed by any policy update. So I just wanted to make that clear for my thoughts.
No, in addition, they would still have to meet the hard-to-fill criteria, which has resulted in 2 failed recruitments in a 6-month period, recruitments that have resulted in 3 to 5, less than 3 to 5 qualified eligible candidates, and recruitments that resulted in a candidate declining an offer as listed in NeoGov. So they would still have to meet that criteria, which even the hard to fill on the list meet that criteria, minus the safety positions who are automatically eligible.
Right, but if someone is, say, in negotiations or something and they haven't, you know, it's the 2-year, if they haven't, if that 2-year doesn't apply to them, but they're negotiating with somebody, I just don't want to disrupt what could be happening.
Yeah, right now,
we define newly appointed as being never been employed by the county, is the way we've been applying the policy. So this actually opens it up and is beneficial, because now if you left and have come back in that 2-year period, you're now eligible, where previously you were not.
Stephen, did you have something before I?
Yeah, it's slightly different, so let's see what Supervisor Spatier has to say.
Yeah, I just want to clarify my statement. I'm okay with clearing the hard-to-fill eligible position, but also clearing the automatic hiring incentives to only be safety and department heads. Right now, there's welfare fraud, there's air quality engineers. I think that I would prefer seeing a process to say these are hard to fill. I just wanted to clarify that.
And the air quality engineers will expire per the resolution in June 30th. So that would change. And then deputy probation officer, those are considered part of safety. And as is the welfare fraud investigator, unless you're not considering them safety.
I see that as slightly different.
Yeah, I
They're
guess
not keeping our streets safe and our communities. Are they important? Yes. That's just my opinion.
Yeah, it's kind of a gray. Did you have?
Well, the only other point on that is certain situations, they get activated to that first responder. Like if we had an emergency or something, they could be, so I'm just throwing that out.
Oh, okay.
I know most of the time they're not the first responder, but they certainly could be.
Could be.
At any time.
All staff.
All staff is actually a first responder
Yeah.
for a disaster.
I mean, even behavioral health.
Yeah, disaster worker if that's the situation, but certainly they could be called out though on just any other major law enforcement situation that's not a disaster. So I just wanted to throw that out.
Thank you. Stephen, did you want to add to?
Well, my monkey wrench to throw into the ring here is nothing ever survives first contact with county council. So on the end of our first sentence, in the past 2 years of the proposed appointment, makes it a little more clear what the 2-year range is. So it's not 2 years from when you theoretically get hired, from the date of appointment.
Date of hire or date of date of appointment and date of hire, this one and the same.
Yes, they are.
So that's their first day on payroll.
Correct. Don't look at me.
So it's just to clarify, because as it's drafted right now, it says a newly appointed employee, so on and so forth, has not been employed by the County of Lake in a permanent capacity within the past 2 years. And the question for me is, of what? Past 2 years of what? What's the timeline we're talking about? Your past 2 years after the passage of this amendment? Or should we clarify that more to mean past 2 years of whether it's termed the date of hire or the proposed appointment of said employee?
Supervisor Sabatier.
My only problem that I can come up with that versus the application date submission is the reason for the hiring incentive is we need to hire you now. And if you're going to put an application and you need to now play games and wait for another 30 days so you can get to your 2 years, that doesn't fit. And then we're going to give you extra money as well. I would say it should be the application date that you submit that you need to be within 2 years. Just because to me, it's to expedite the process, to attract attention.
Fine from this side.
All right. Cam, did you go ahead?
Yes, but you could apply and be on an eligibility list for 6 months. So date of hire may make more sense.
I just needed to make that statement.
Okay.
All right. Lloyd?
And really, for purposes of clarification, there just needs to be a marker. That would be my recommendation, whether it's date of hire, submission of application. There are practical considerations that your board should consider in setting that mark.
Agreed.
All right. Which is?
I'm okay with the hiring date.
Date of hiring.
Or whatever that date was that you first said.
Two other heads shaking, and you say yes. We have a consensus, right? Or are we looking for direction or action on this? That first one, so that's going to be action, and then the second one is it's just discussion, right? Okay. About hard to fill so that we can make action on the first one. There we go. All right, I'm going to open it up to the public briefly, so. All right, I'll bring it back to the board. There is a hand in Zoom. Okay, hand in Zoom, please unmute and. All right, go ahead.
Hi, I have a question. Are you going to be discussing the Airbnb TOT tax today?
That is going to be next, so if you.
I'm sorry, I'll wait then.
We're almost there. All right. So the hand in Zoom was for the next item, and we'll go ahead and close public input, and we're ready for action.
Are we changing the hard to fill eligible position or keeping it as is?
I thought we were changing it.
But we were keeping the law enforcement.
They're
Yeah,
automatic.
safety, safety's automatic.
But could I get clarity on welfare fraud investigator, whether we consider that on the automatic list or not?
And you say no, you say yes?
I say no.
I'm okay either way.
Okay, you?
I don't think it's technically safety.
Okay, well, you have what you need.
2.5 versus 2.5?
Well, no, yeah, it's,
No, we had.
she said you said you don't think it's safety, right? So you have 3.
Oh, okay. I
Yeah.
thought she said, I think it's
Yeah.
safety.
No,
My bad.
Either
I'm
that or
okay
I
with
was gonna come in, yeah. We're good. With that, right? You have that? Okay. And then, was there one more that you were thinking of, Lloyd?
Just for your board's consideration on the language of the motion, when your board is ready.
Well, you want to give the language and then someone can say,
Are we keeping that only these are eligible for getting the incentive, or you go through the incentive process, and if you meet the criteria, then you get the incentive?
I thought we,
I was just curious, because I didn't hear a final answer of we keep this list, because this list is different than the safety, because the safety is automatic.
yes,
Yes.
safety's on.
We kept that.
You don't have to go through 2 hiring processes. Here, you can go through 2 hiring processes for people not on this list, and they'll never be on the incentive list. Here, you have to be listed in order to receive the incentive or be eligible to receive the incentive.
And that's what you were asking for, correct?
Yes.
How about we re-clarify what what I think
Please.
that you guys are
Please.
saying. We'll change the first sentence and include the higher
Right.
language. And then in automatic qualifications, remove air quality engineers and welfare fraud investigators, but leave department heads, deputy sheriff, 1, 2, and corrections, dispatch, and deputy probation officers, and remove the list. Just go by the qualifications that are in this policy already.
I think thank you for doing that.
I second that.
That's what I think.
So I move to approve as was just stated to update the policy. Change the top line for 2 years with a specific date. Change it so that air quality engineers comes off as of June 30th, 2025, and welfare fraud investigator is off. And then we only follow the criteria. This list no longer exists.
I second that.
And so, yeah, so for further clarification, that would be the approval, your board's approval of the County of Lake hiring incentives policy would be approved as amended, as outlined by Supervisor Sabatier and Assistant CEO Carter, and direct the Human Resources Director to engage in any necessary meet and confer with the county bargaining units.
That is exactly what I wanted to say. Thank you.
All right, so that we have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
Uh-oh.
Motion carries. Were you coming in to help? We just passed it, but yeah, come on.
I just wanted to, Hi, Diana Rico, Deputy HR Director. I just wanted to clarify because it was stated that we were removing the welfare fraud investigator, and that does require a basic post. So I just wanted to make...
Post-certification?
Correct.
Right.
Yes.
So they are
safety. Yes.
Well,
Reconsider?
Reconsider.
you want a motion, we can motion to reconsider? Or rescind the motion, or which way do you recommend, Lloyd?
It could be since
Substitute
we're-
motion?
If I may just have a minute.
Okay. All right.
Way to throw a wrench.
30 seconds sooner, Diana.
I know.
Maybe 10.
I ran in here. I'm out of breath now.
They're messing up. So your board may move, since the item has, my understanding is the item hasn't been closed at this point, so your
No.
board may move to reconsider the previous motion that was just made on this item. And so that would be the first motion.
So moved.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you, Diana.
I move with the exact same motion as was stated by County Council, minus the crossing out of the welfare fraud investigator. Does that work?
Prior to that motion, just on a procedural, as a procedural matter, your board may move pursuant to Rule 8 to move to rescind the previous motion that was just made on this same item.
So moved.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0.
And just to complete just to cover all the procedural
Basis, yeah.
aspects of this, Mr. Chair, you may open it up at least just for anyone who may need to public comment on those two previous motions.
Is there anyone from the public that would like to come up and talk about those previous motions or anything to add to this? And no hands in Zoom. I'll close public input and we'll go from there.
And then that would be.
So I move to approve the County of Lake hiring incentive with changes to the purpose line to define 2 years specifically at the hiring date. Remove air quality engineers once it expires on June 30th, 2025. And remove attachment A, hard to fill eligible positions, and direct our HR department to meet and confer if necessary based on these changes.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Are we good, Diana?
Thank you, Diana.
Am, are we good? All right. All right. Let's see, so next we have 7.5, consideration of transient occupancy tax, relief of penalty and interest, and we have tax treasurer collector, Patrick Sullivan.
All right, good afternoon. Thank you, Board. Patrick Sullivan, County Treasurer Tax Collector. So I'm here today on transient occupancy tax. And just for an update, I know it was mentioned in the memo, but recently our office did acquire new software. It's called Rentalscape by Decker Technologies. Your board may recall about 5 or 6 years ago, we did have sort of an earlier version of a software like this from another company. That's what led to our first big sweep for short-term rentals in the county, trying to identify rentals that were not registered and were not paying taxes. Since then, this technology has advanced quite a bit. We've been very impressed with the results so far. As of April 30th, the software and our staff was able to collectively identify 172 unregistered vacation rentals, or short-term rentals rather, that we have sent letters out to. In addition, there's probably, I'm guessing from what we're seeing, maybe another 50 out there that we don't have fully identified yet. That's going to require further investigation. Just for perspective, we have 209 registered short-term, well, we have 209 registered TOT properties in the county. something that could be a hotel, a campground, a short-term rental. So I think the interesting point to note here is that based off what we found so far, there are not just more short-term rentals unregistered in the county than registered. There are more unregistered short-term rentals in the county than any sort of hotel, motel, campground. So the scale of this is quite large, especially compared to the previous operation we did. So I just wanted to check in with the Board of Supervisors and understand how the county wants to approach this. As it stands right now, the original guidance provided by the board would still be in place, which would permit if it's a first-time offender and they cooperate with our office in our investigation and enforcement efforts, waiver of interest and penalties is possible. They do have to, at least under the current process, they would have to appeal to the Board of Supervisors. But the way we were dealing with that before was that if they had provided all the proof, we were able to actually get those penalties and interest waived before it came to the board. So that's why your board wasn't seeing all of those appeals actually come through, because most of the time people are able to remedy that beforehand. So I think there were only maybe 2 or 3 appeals last time that actually came in front of the board. But now what I guess I'm trying to understand is this is not our first time going through this. We have in the past informed people about this, and we've had public discussion of it. Does the county wish to continue proceeding with waiving interest and penalties if it's someone's first time, if we've never had a record of violation with them before and they cooperate? Do we want to continue doing that for a certain amount of time? I mean, are we going to offer that maybe for another month and then stop? Are we not giving full waivers? I guess the scale of what we're finding so far is much larger, and our office would just like clarity on how to proceed. The other request, regardless of which way your board goes, is that it's our belief it would be much simpler for treasurer tax collector staff to deal with the review instead of having people do the appeal to the board. If whatever criteria we come up with are set, then it doesn't have to route from our office to admin to the Board of Soups. We could probably cut a step here, and that's the other piece, no matter which way we go. So I was just hoping for some feedback and guidance, and that can determine what steps are needed next.
Supervisor Pyska?
First, I'm really glad we never waived our right with Airbnb to go after these people, because that was something that came to us many times, and we didn't do that. So, great job.
Okay.
And second, this is a lot. And it's just heartening that we've had this many operators operating for a long time. But because it's so many, I'm willing to give like 30 days of a grace period of if they're willing to work with us right now, come up with the payment plan right now. And we don't need to do it through an appeal, whatever's easiest for you. But I don't think that we should have this go on indefinitely. But it's a lot to deal with right now. And we got to get these people paying regularly. How much of this 172 is in the county, and how much of it are they in the cities?
This is actually, we've already excluded the city. We were able to use that. In the cities, from what we can see, there's more vacation rentals operating within each of the cities than I believe they have registered as well. So this is a issue throughout the county.
Not surprising, since we've figured some areas, I won't say where, had alarmingly low numbers of reported short-term rentals. So I'm glad that we're doing this. And I think we need to handle this as fast as we can and get everybody to agree to start making these payments in 30 days. Do we have any idea how long these people have been operating?
So that really depends. Most of the people, from what I've seen, have been operating in the past 2 to 3 years. There are some that are going back further than that, but that's somewhat rare, only because we did do that sweep before.
Yeah.
But that sweep was imperfect. The technology was not as good. There are people who sort of slipped through the cracks there and have not had notice. But I would just say from what I've seen so far, 2 to 3 years is the average. I would qualify that, though, as well, that some of these people put up their listings seasonally. So right now there's about 2,000 listings countywide, but people list on multiple platforms. So there's not 2,000, that's why there's not 2,000 unique properties, but 2,000 listings, but people take them up and put them down. So I don't know, this is just a moment in time.
Right. I was going to ask about seasonal listing. So are we going to be running this monthly or what's the frequency?
The software actually updates daily. So this is a lot more sophisticated than anything we've had in the past.
And how much did we pay for this?
$10,000 roughly for the year. So it was definitely really well worth the investment. There's a lot of staff time, though. I just want to qualify that. This is a lot of follow-up work, so it's still going to be a long process to get through all of this.
Right. Yeah, but this is important revenue that needs to come to the county.
And this has primarily been since COVID, basically.
Yeah, but what we're looking at now is primarily post-COVID. Like I said, anything past 3 years is a bit more rare.
That's interesting.
Supervisor Sabatier?
So appreciate you bringing this to us. I think this is not the same situation as last time. We have housing shortages. This is not helping our housing. Rent is through the roof, and we're about to give a buy for people who do not have a fair business practice, who potentially have been undercutting other people who are following the rules and paying their taxes. So I don't think we need to do the full gamut of what's possible, penalties and interest. I think interest is really compounding, but I'd love to do the 50% and meet halfway and say penalties need to apply. It's on your website. It says transient occupancy tax. It talks about it. If you open up a store and you don't pay your sales tax, we're not going to tell you it's okay, but from now on you need to pay your sales tax. We're gonna come after you. The state's gonna come after you. We can't let this slide. We've already done it once. They're sliding by, and us saying it's okay, who else are we going to say it's okay to as well? People with code enforcement violations? Like, you have a responsibility when you're taking care of a business to do the right thing. So I think we need to get people in line, and from now on, after this one, it's the full gamut. That's my position.
Real quick, Patrick, does it compare and contrast how other counties are affected by this same situation that you're dealing with, or something that's similar? I mean, I know it's not always going to be the same, but is there any type of comparison?
So I think there's other counties, especially rural counties that have a vacation destination attraction like we do. They've experienced this as well, where they've just located a number of unregistered rentals that far exceeded what anyone expected. The way in which counties have handled that has been drastically different, right? So I think you've seen everything from what we're doing, where they're waiving interest and penalties, to counties that struck a deal with Airbnb and agreed to forgive all the back taxes and penalties. And so, yeah, I think you could probably find an example of any which way you could. I think our approach has been somewhat measured because we haven't forgiven the back taxes, but we have worked with people in terms of payments, and at least up until this point, we have offered penalty and interest relief. So I guess if I could say from my perspective, I think we're somewhere in the middle of how we're approaching this.
And I know that last year you and I had talked a lot about short-term rentals and whatnot before you went and with Rentscape. And an ordinance on our end would be probably ideal once you get this moving.
Yeah, I know our office, we have had contacts from folks that are, frustrated with some of the points you've had constituents raise, I believe, which is too many rentals clustered in one place, or the noise, or other issues associated with them. But that's where right now the only information in our ordinance is for transient occupancy tax. There's nothing to do with the regulation of that, and that's all through CDD. So I think perhaps if you go further with that, or if any of the other county departments are working on that, we can definitely help provide data now that can really outline where all the rentals are and what kind of usage they're getting, and that may help guide whatever policy the county wants to pursue, because I think this is a level of information we've never had before.
Thank you for that. Yeah. Let's see. Any other comments? Vice Chair? Yeah.
With another month or so of something like offering the relief, but I think,
Oh, your microphone.
sorry again.
It's okay.
I'm okay with going another month or so with offering relief, but I think, we need to, folks need this has been going on for a while, so I don't want to go much longer than that.
A month, you said?
Yeah.
You okay with a month?
I'm okay with the month.
You too? Well, we have it. It's 3-2. Well, I mean, I didn't say, but yeah, I'd rather just,
Slap 'em.
yeah, I'd rather just go for it now. I know that so the reason I say that is because with code, it's nothing against code. They're doing their best. There's some instances where some folks are still continuing, and now they've done a really good job with this. And I'm giving an example, so forgive me for straying off, but they're doing good with this dump day, and so they're able to give people these amnesties and using that as a baseline to do it. And then there is another one where we had somewhat of a amnesty per se, but again, I'd rather just take it from them because again, the business practice of just kind of flying under the radar. Plus, that's why I also asked you if there was comparisons because, I've had a lot of folks that are doing Airbnbs, just heard them say that well, there's nothing in place, so I'm going to do it type of mentality, right? Not only that, but complaining that we're now starting to look at taxes because they've gotten them in the mail or whatever the case may be. And so they're stating that we're just trying to kind of nickel and dime them when they've been getting away with it for how long as it is, right? So that's why I felt the way I did, or the way I do. But we have the direction you need. Maria?
Thank you. I was raising and lowering my hand because I wasn't sure if I should actually add anything to this conversation, but I just wanted to remind the board that currently the County of Lake does not have a short-term rental policy.
Right.
We have 2 different sizes of what we call bed and breakfasts, but that also requires the property owner to live on site too. So it really doesn't, the zoning ordinance doesn't address what we've been seeing the last few years with this uptick in short-term rentals. So the board may want to take that into consideration as well.
Right. Thank you for that. That's one of the things that we was looking at when I was working with Granicus, but then, again, you were working on this one, and I think this one was basically a better deal. So they were looking at something similar, but after you and I talked, this was the more ideal way to go. And they were also going to help us with an ordinance, but at the same time, we'll do that.
I should just add, because this was below the dollar threshold, our department did go through a competitive bidding process to determine which vendor we went with, and Granicus was one of them.
Way more, yeah. It was way more than that. So, Supervisor Sabatier?
Yeah, I just have a quick question. You're asking us to make a decision today on you handling appeals, us forgiving, not forgiving. Originally, when we did this, was it a written policy or a resolution that we passed?
So that's actually one of the things I wanted to get clarification on today, was that the original article that brought this into being was a resolution. So depending on what your board stated today, my thought was to bring back a resolution with the new direction. I don't know if County Council wants to weigh in on that.
Yeah, only that, along with that proposed resolution, so staff can certainly, with board direction, work on that. It would have to be consistent with what's currently in place for, I take it, still transient occupancy taxes, right? And that's addressed in Chapter 18 of the Lake County Code. That's Article 2, starting with Section 18-10A onwards. That addresses, or that covers the procedures for the collection of these taxes, as well as the appeal to your board, and that is still in place.
Yes, and so the resolution, it was, just for everyone's reference, it was 2019-118, and that was on August 20th of 2019. And that's referencing the section of code that Lloyd is referring to. So since we originally did this through resolution, I'm assuming it's appropriate to update through resolution, or I can follow up later. Sure. Okay.
All right. Anything else to add? Did I open it to public?
No, not yet.
I'll open it up to the public. That's right. There was someone on Zoom for sure. If you're on, please unmute, and you have 3 minutes to speak. David, if you can unmute. Okay, we'll go to the next hand. Mo?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can, yes.
Hi, my name is Madison. My family has been enjoying Clear Lake for 3 generations. We have a family cabin there that recently we...
Can you give us your last name, please? Sorry.
Amaral?
All right.
That we recently decided to rent out. We actually tried to look to see if there was a TOT tax, and we couldn't find anything. And I think it sounds like 172 other people might have had the same problem. I'm a good person. I always pay my taxes. It was truly actually difficult to find. And when I finally got the letter, I called the county, and they had to tell me exactly where to look. If you type in to Google Lake County TOT tax, nothing comes up. So it was actually really difficult to find. I want to pay the taxes. I want to support Lake County. I want to see it thrive. I just am asking if there's any sort of option for like a payment plan, because I simply don't have enough money to pay all of it at once.
If you'd like me to respond to that.
Yes, please.
Okay. We have worked with operators in the past to determine sort of like an extension date for payments, particularly if it's a larger amount. And so far we've been able to sort of reasonably accommodate that. We are stuck within certain timeframes though. Typically we really aren't able to go much past 6 months for other reasons, for both administratively and legally. So we can work with people up to a point, but at some point we would have to take enforcement action.
Would it be similar to how with the, back taxes that are owed, folks can get into a payment plan? Does that have any weight or any similarity?
It's not the same because that tax plan is unusual. That's laid out by the Revenue and Taxation Code with the state. Because this is local, it doesn't follow the same rules. But I would say we've been able to be somewhat flexible within that 6-month period. Much past that, we lose a lot of our flexibility. But if anyone has issues with paying, I would definitely encourage them to reach out to our office as soon as possible.
All right. Next.
So am I still on? So I did reach out, and they said that there was nothing they could do and that they weren't sure.
Okay, well, you heard from the treasure tax collector that they're willing. So let's see if we can get you in to another phone call or some sort of correspondence, whether it be email or whatever, so you can ensure that we work that out. All right, next person. Nick?
Yes, hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, thank you for taking my question. My name is Nick, last name is Breska, and I actually have a very similar situation to the last speaker. It is a family cabin that we recently decided to start renting out, and we did research to try to see if there was any local taxes that we had to incorporate into that process. But I will also say that, we're just an individual family. It's not like we're a hotel. I know some people were comparing us to, bed and breakfasts or hotels. And, we're just looking to, enjoy Lake County. We would like to pay this tax, but it wasn't willful that we were not paying it in the first place. And like the last speaker said, we're just looking for some kind of an option for a payment plan. We've called into the county and received similar guidance on just not being able to make a decision one way or the other. And, we're really just looking for some kind of a way to move forward without, having to come up with thousands of dollars, in effectively a couple days. So, I just wanted to put that out there and also just see if there was any way that we could put together a payment plan. I wasn't quite sure if that was available moving forward.
I think it's looking like that's going to be something that the treasurer tax collector is going to work out. Did you want to add to that, Patrick?
Yeah, I have been involved in a few of these conversations, and I think one of the points of confusion may be is some of the folks who have contacted our office were pointing out that they did not collect the tax, that they did not put that additional surcharge on. So they were speaking as though they don't have the funds, which I understand, because they're going to have to pay it out of whatever they did collect. But we've had multiple people indicate that they aren't able to pay it because they did not collect it. And unfortunately, our office cannot waive the tax. So that may be where some of the confusion's from, is that you do have to pay. We can work with you and perhaps being some flexibility in when you pay, but you do have to pay, even if it means reaching in to the funds that you already received. There were some operators that had requested that that they were adding it to their account and that they were going to try to recoup more funds in the future, and they were going to use that to pay the back tax. Our problem with that is that we can't wait for future revenue. We can't just say, we can give you as much time as you need to collect it going forward. So I think that may be where some of the confusion lies, but certainly anyone that's looking for some flexibility in payment should contact our office and we can figure something out.
Thank you.
Okay, and just really quickly, because I think the deadline was today to make this payment, but we weren't able to receive any guidance based on, I believe, the outcome of this meeting here. So it sounds like we will be able to call back in and start setting up some kind of a payment plan now that there's some kind of a resolution from the board.
Yes, and that's Treasurer Tax Collector Patrick Sullivan's way. They're nodding yes. So please contact the office and go from there.
Thank you.
All right, is there one more hand? Mo, if you can unmute, and then no more hands on Zoom. And you said, sir, you had your hand up?
Yes.
Come on up to the mic, and you have 3 minutes. And this, please come to the mic.
Talking with Patrick earlier. I had to run out and get something to eat. I hadn't eaten all morning. But I just came in.
Your name, sir?
Jack Sokolowski.
Okay.
I'm an Airbnb owner who received one of these notices. And I spoke with Patrick, and he told me to come down here because you guys were going to talk about the penalty and interest fees. I'm assuming that was waiver, that was, what's the resolution of that? Because it's difficult for us Airbnb owners because we didn't collect the tax. It's not like we collected it and spent it. We never collected it. And I want to make it right and pay my taxes, but I've only been in business for 2 years, and the first year and a half, I paid the quarterly for 2025. But the last year and a half that we were in business, not only was the tax not collected from the guests, because I was under the impression Airbnb was going to collect this tax from the guests and pay this TOT tax to the county. In a lot of cases, they do. In Lake County, they don't. I'm not sure why yet, but they don't collect the tax from the guests and pay the county. We're supposed to. So that was my fault. But not only did I not collect the tax, but the business didn't make any money the first year and a half. I've only been in business 2 years, and every penny we made, we put back into the business. So I'm pleading not only for no penalty and interest, but I want to get on a payment plan and pay the tax. But just something where I don't have to pay the whole thing in one fell swoop. I paid what I could afford to pay for 2025. I only have a year 6 quarters from 2023 and 2024, 6 quarters in those 2 years, to pay. And I just would love to pay you guys, but I can't pay it all at once. So can I work something out? Can we work together so that I can pay it? Because from this point on, it's not going to be a problem. Because the minute we got the notice, we went onto the Airbnb site and we added the tax. And so we're collecting it now from every guest we have, and we'll pay the quarter payment, no problem. You know, the only problem is the last 6 quarters when I first went into business, the Airbnb site never notified us that they weren't collecting it and paying. And when I checked the Airbnb site, it says that they do that with certain counties. And I had got a letter from a law firm that said that they do that for a lot of counties, but not Lake County. For some reason, this one county, they won't do it for. And so I just want to get it all on the up and up.
Right. Your 3 minutes is up, and I think Patrick's, did you want to tell him?
Yeah, and I would just say we have Mr. Sokolowski's information, and I've already passed that file to 2 of our accountants that work on these cases, so they will be in contact to make further arrangements, including regarding payment.
Right.
The important thing is I wanted to get it in today because I knew today was the deadline. I drove all the way from Portland, Oregon to come down here.
All right, thank you. He's going to get staff in touch with you, and
Great.
you'll be able to go from there.
Okay.
All right.
So,
Thank you.
all good. Okay, thank you.
All right. Madison? Oh, spoke before. Okay. Please unmute.
Yeah, sorry, I had a follow-up question since I didn't use my full 3 minutes. That man is right. Normally, Airbnb collects the tax from the guest. If you guys are asking for this tax, why haven't you set something up with Airbnb so that you can ensure you get paid every time right away and you're not, relying on these independent operators to try and dig through tax code from the 60s and try and figure this out? I mean, I think people want to pay, but it's not very clear and it's not very obvious. And 172 people didn't know about this tax. That's a lot of people.
Is that the?
So if I go onto Airbnb and I try to book a cabin in Arnold, it gives a line item of the costs, and a line item is the TOT tax that Airbnb collects on behalf of the owner and remits to the county. Like, is there a reason why you guys haven't set this up?
Is that are you finished?
Yeah.
Okay. Go ahead, Patrick.
So I can respond to that. There are a minority of cities and counties have entered into agreements with Airbnb and some of the other online platforms. But in order to get into one of these agreements where they will collect it on our behalf, you have to waive significant rights. You have to waive the right to back taxes. You waive most of our auditing rights. They're rights that we would never waive with any other taxpayer, and that's why we have not pursued these.
All right. Any other hands? Okay. We'll close public input. Supervisor Sabatier?
So I can't speak to what their search engine gave them, but it pops right up when you put in Lake County, California TOT tax. You go to the Lake County website, you look up tax collector, and it's on the front page. You got to scroll down, but it's on the front page. I feel like it's a bad comment, but I feel victim shamed that the community did not get paid taxes and it's our fault for not setting it up correctly when it's right there, and more questions should have been asked. I also feel we are treating different individuals differently with today's action, where we have people who live in poverty who we fine and force to clean up their yards to meet expectations, but we're not willing to hold that same accountability to people who are running a business and not following the rules. Something is wrong.
All right. Any other comments? Anything else to add or finish with? All right.
No.
What do we have? think we have, we don't have action, you just need direction, right? All right?
Yes.
Do you think you have do you feel like you have direction?
I believe so, to follow up with county council, and we can determine what the appropriate step is.
In the 30, you guys mentioned like a 30-day period to contact, something along those lines? That's what consensus was, I know for.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I understood 30 days would be the maximum amount of
And then,
period that penalty relief would be offered,
and then the tax collector and county council will come back for changes to the resolution that changes who the appeal goes to, because right now the appeal goes to us, correct?
Correct.
Vice
Yeah, I
Chair?
was just going to say, after, considering public comment, I still have the same opinion that I had when we were discussing it.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, if I may add, just along with that direction on the resolution to also incorporate a potential review of the ordinance itself, transient occupancy, Chapter 18 of the Lake County Code, as it relates to the direction of staff on that resolution.
Okay. Yep.
All right. Thank you, Patrick.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you, Patrick.
Next, we'll go back to our consent item, which is 5.12, and it was pulled. Stephen, you want to go ahead and accentuate why it was pulled and how we can fix it? Go from there.
Sure. This item was pulled because one of the attachments was it was missing. And we reattached the corrected attachment for the change order, 8 a.m. on Monday morning. And to be clear for the public, Johanna is projecting the new attachment. It's really small if you can zoom in. So that was the only change, is we're fixing an attachment.
Okay.
Do you want to read the title?
Oh, yes, I didn't read the title, did I? Thank you. Thank you for that. I didn't even read the title. 5.12 is adopt resolution amending resolution number 2024-99 to amend the adopted budget for fiscal year 2024-25 by adjusting revenues and appropriations in budget unit 2301, sheriff and jail facilities, and authorize chair to sign. And B, approve change order number 1 to the agreement with Humboldt Fence for the Hill Road Correctional Facility exterior fencing project, bid number 250855, for an increase of $45,434 and revised contract amount of $271,384, and authorize the Public Services Director to sign. And he has the invoice up that's corrected.
Correct, and I can say it a little more coherently this time. The attachment titled Change Order Number 1, Hill Road Facility Exterior Fence, Sliding Gate, and RFID was actually a duplicate resolution. And subsequent to that, Monday morning, admin added the corrected attachment, which you see on your screen.
Any questions from the board? I'll open it up to the public.
Don't look.
Not seeing on Zoom. Any on Zoom?
No hands on Zoom.
Bring it back to the board. Lloyd, did you have something to add?
I'll offer the resolution.
Resolution has been offered.
Supervisor Owen.
Aye.
Supervisor Sabatier.
Aye.
Supervisor Rasmussen.
Aye.
Supervisor Pyska.
Yes.
And Supervisor Crandall.
Aye. All right, resolution passes.
Mr. Chair, I move that we approve change order number 1 to the agreement with Humboldt Fence for the Hill Road Correctional Facility exterior fence project, bid number 250855, for an increase of $45,434 and a revised contract amount of $271,384, and authorize the Public Services Director to sign.
Second.
I have a motion to end a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. All right, that concludes all agenda items except for 7.1, which is calendars. Who would like to start?
I'll go.
Go ahead.
Tomorrow, actually, I have to make a phone call to our faith leadership chair from the Continuum of Care, hopefully this evening, if we get out in time, to try and coordinate We are having conversations about using the encampment resolution fund that we receive, approximately $1.5 million, or exactly $1.5 million. And we're looking at what's possible with safe parking around the county and seeing what properties are available and how we can coordinate that with that money. We're really hoping to use it for other things, but everything costs so much, it goes away real fast, and this is a 4-year grant. Then I have LTA tomorrow. We're taking a field trip. And if I'm back in time, I should be able to make it back out here to the Lake County Children's Council. Then later on in the afternoon, I have a meeting with the Lake County Fire Safe Council. And then on Thursday, start with Judge's Breakfast, have an IFT meeting, an EMCC meeting. But there's also a simultaneous, I'm wondering if anybody's going to the CSAC May revision budget proposal overview. I think that's an important one, so glad to see your head nodding. I'm going to try to make it to that one, but I don't know. I registered for it just in case. LCOC performance review, we're going to be meeting later on in the afternoon, and then the Food Policy Council a little bit later on. I'm hoping that after this meeting for the Food Policy Council, we'll be coming back to the Board of Supervisors, letting you know of all the work that we've accomplished, our bylaws, all the stuff that we've done to prepare to really hit the ground running and give you guys an idea of our plan and hopefully get your blessing on it as well. I was planning, and I meant to say this earlier, to go to the First Responder Memorial on this Friday, but there's simultaneously a graduation at Lake County campus in Woodland Community College. So I've done the memorial before and hope to do it in the future, but I just cannot miss acknowledging and applauding for all the work that all those students have done to graduate, so I'm going to be there instead. This Saturday, I know I have something, it's not on there. Performance review again with Lake County Continuum of Care on Monday, meeting with our CAO, and back here on Tuesday.
All right.
Okay. Let me see. Last week on Wednesday, I went to the South Lake County Fire Council meeting, and we did a video on home hardening at the Middletown Fire Station. Went to the geothermal meeting at Calpine, and that was a really cool meeting. It went over the earthquakes and what creates the earthquakes and the reinjection, so there was a lot of really cool information about the geothermal operation. Went to the Lake County Recreation Agency meeting in Lakeport on that same day, on Thursday. Math that evening, where Glenn March gave a presentation on our roads and talked about, bringing our roads up to par. Friday, I met with Jeff Crane, the Middletown superintendent, and the Middletown Unified School District, Community Service District, Public Works at the Coyote Valley Elementary to look at emergency evacuation in that area. Let me see. Yesterday, I met with in Clear Lake with Willie Cepeda and South Lake County Fire Districts to look at animal rescue and getting them set up for rescuing out of for accidents, as well as going into rescuing large animals and livestock during emergency situations. We're putting something together for that. We will actually be having a large animal training on June 8th at Owen Ranch, and we have NorCal Livestock Evacuation coming up doing the training, and it's going to be open to everybody, so if anybody wants to come. The 13th, so today, board meeting, Glen March, okay. Red Cross is tomorrow, and OEC meeting, and the pre-Geyser negotiation meeting. I'm going to reschedule my Canocti meeting, which is Thursday. We have the junior high state rodeo finals in Red Bluff, so my granddaughter's competing there. I'm going to go watch that. Geyser contract negotiations on Friday, along with the Peace Officer Memorial. And on Sunday, I have a funeral service in Potter Valley.
Tomorrow, I was hoping to make the Red Cross open house, but I'm not sure I can. I have NACO ELU meeting, and then the NCO monthly check-in right after that, and then Lake County Biomass Project Team meeting, then the Geyser negotiations pre-meeting, and then Big Valley Advisory Council in the evening. Thursday, I'm going to make the CSAC webinar on the May budget revision. Best Fits grant meeting, I could possibly attend, but I'm not sure because I'm presenting at NACO Resilient Communities. And then I have Cabaret Council in the evening. And then Friday, Geyser negotiations, Cold Creek Collaborative. I was hoping to make the first responder ceremony, but my niece is graduating, so I'm gonna go to that instead. And then all weekend, I will be at Six Sigma for the finals for the NorCal Mountain Bike League state championships. Monday is my meeting with C.O. Parker and Risk Reduction Authority.
Vice Chair?
Yes, thank you. Last week I attended the Sutter's first presentation on the Heart Hub that used to be called the Healthcare Innovation and Education Center. I also was interviewed by the grand jury last week. I had a meeting with the Lakeport mayor, had a space committee meeting, had a meeting with the Lakeport fire chief, went to the grand opening of the new Indian food restaurant in Lakeport. Also attended a barbecue event put on by the Veterans Administration over at Lakeside County Park last Thursday. Went to another grand opening of another business, Remax Real Estate in Lakeport. Spoke to a local group about things we have going on in the county. Went on a tour of Hamilton Haven, the unhoused shelter for some follow-up with the COC. And then I attended a sign design workshop. They're planning on upgrading signage for the Lakeport Community Center. Let's see, went to the Eli Stage lecture, which was really interesting, last Saturday on 20,000 years of cultural change in the county. It was very educational event. Met with the Sutter Lakeside Leadership Group yesterday, just for collaboration. Met with Lake County office with their new program that they have folks working on intern. I think they probably already reached out to the other supervisors. Did the final 10th week of Hitch survey was yesterday, so I'm looking forward to seeing the outcome of that community assistance for the county. And then I had a meeting at Highland Springs last night with the Trail Volunteers Group, trying to just work with them on future volunteering with the county for maintaining trails out at Highland Springs. And then I have Fire Board meeting tonight, and I'll leave it at that for the week.
All right.
I have more this week, but I'll save that for next week.
All right. All right. We'll have a meeting tomorrow with the constituent coming to the board pretty soon here, so I'll be meeting them tomorrow in Lakeport. Thursday, I have the TIPO meeting, which is here, monthly TIPO meeting with the tribes and with Terry Logston. And then Tango Mike will be in the evening, so I'll be going to that to help ship packages to soldiers. Friday, let's see, There's the First Responder Memorial Ceremony. I was asked to go to Mendocino College. I think I'll be going to that. I know the co-ed's at the same time, but I think I'll be going to the Mendocino College Native American Motivational Day. So I've been asked to speak there, so I'll probably go to that. Then also the annual Bloody Island ceremony will start Friday evening. The ceremonial dance grounds, the two new supervisors may not remember, but there was a road that went behind the casino that we dealt was called Foothill. I think it's Foothill Oaks. And so you take that road to the left behind the casino all the way out to the ceremonial grounds, or you can take Old Lucerne Road, which is across the street from Reclamation Road, and take a right. The ceremonial grounds are out there.
Are we invited?
Everyone's welcome. Yeah, anybody's welcome. Yeah, anybody is welcome to that. So, so that's the evening. In the morning at 5 a.m. On Reclamation Road, where the old rock is back by the actual island. That's where the morning ceremony, sunrise ceremony, will happen. That's when they will have some elders speak, and then from there, they'll be having breakfast over at the conference centers in the casino. So that's usually how it goes, except for last year the breakfast was out at the ceremonial grounds, but this year it's going to be at the conference center. So
And what day is that?
that's Friday evening, and then Saturday morning at 5 a.m. So like if
Time
you
on Friday evening.
Friday evening, I would say like 6-ish.
Okay, so probably right
yeah.
after the
Yeah.
memorial.
Yeah, that's what I'm gonna have to do too, is just
Okay.
from here go there. So yeah, so that's what that is. It's the 174th year following the actual massacre. Then Monday I have a meeting with some the CAO meeting, and then I'll have some meetings with some constituents, Clear Lake Oaks, and then the Risk Reduction Authority, right? Yeah, that's in Lakeport or Clear Lake. I don't remember either. It doesn't say. It just has a Zoom. Yep, it just has a Zoom. We'll definitely, maybe even just on Zoom. I don't know, but we'll be doing it.
Don't do that.
Yeah. No, I'll make sure, and I know it's on my calendar.
We'll figure
so
that
we're good
out.
there, at least. So, yep, and then we'll be back here for the board on Tuesday. And then, yeah, so we'll go into closed session. 8.1. Public employee appointment pursuant to Government Code Section 54957B. 1, interviews for Animal Control Director, appointment of Animal Control Director. 8.2, Public Employee Evaluation, Social Services Director. 8.3, conference with Labor Negotiator, Chief Negotiator Carlos Torres, County Negotiators Susan Parker, Stephen Carter, Casey Moreno, Pam Samick, and Diana Rico. And B, employee organizations LCDDA, LCDSA, LCCOA, LCEA, LCSEA, and LCSMA. 8.4, conference with real property negotiators pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.8, property APN 028-251-090-371 Crystal Lake Way, Lakeport, California. Negotiating parties, A, County Negotiators Robin Burry, Susan Parker, Stephen Carter, and B, Lake County Treasurer Tax Collector Patrick Sullivan, under negotiation, price and terms of payment. And then 8.5, conference with legal counsel, significant exposure to litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D2, E1, one potential case. All right.
Mr. Chair, just by way of update, according to staff, item 8.3 would be taken in a later date, so not.
Okay, so 8.3 will be taken at a later date, so we'll be looking at that one at another time. All right. With that, we'll go into closed session. Thank you for tuning in today and being a part of the meeting.